Online anytime. Here's the website. It's Go Connect Cairo. That's goconnectcairo.com.
Visit family-owned Ken Michaels Furniture and our in-store design centers where you'll still find beautiful, luxurious, heirloom-quality American-made furniture. Right now, save 30 to 35% store-wide and take advantage of our complimentary design services. Whether you're moving, renovating, or updating, our designers will help your vision become a reality. Visit Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield on Capitol Drive and in Greenfield on Highway 100 to save 30 to 35% store-wide today. Sleep better and save more with mattresses from Milwaukee Mattress and Ken Michaels Furniture. Handcrafted in our Milwaukee factory, our mattresses utilize natural materials like cotton cushioning, which dissipates body heat, Joma wool quilts for warm wintry nights and cool summer evenings, and natural latex providing superior conformability and pressure relief for aching joints. Stop in today at any Ken Michaels Furniture store and save up to 50% compared to national brands.
Fabulous Farm Bay Pam Yankee here reminding you, listen to the Midwest Farm Report on WTMJ.com or anywhere you download your podcasts. Brought to you by Tyson's Home Farm Auto with locations in Jefferson and soon in Ripon. Visit THEISENS.com.
Haven't you just had it with overpriced, overrated fish fries? Don't pay $16 or more. The Mine Chef restaurant in Hartford's all-you-can-eat haddock fish fry is $7.99. WTMJ's John Mercure here. After a long week, don't cook. Relax with a cold beverage and a Friday fish fry for $7.99. The kids' menu starts at $3.99, and they can safely play in that huge game room away from the dining area while you finish up your meal. The Mine Shaft is super family-friendly. Your Saturday steak or prime rib dinner is under $25. Sunday brunch is under $15, far less than what you'll pay elsewhere. The Mine Shaft in beautiful downtown Hartford and near the EAA in Oshkosh. Lots of seating, close parking, and a very friendly staff. Just walk in today for your all-you-can-eat beer-battered haddock fish fry for $7.99, serving from 11 a.m. Get there early. It's big food. It's big fun. It's the Mine Shaft. Check out MineShaftRestaurant.com.
Get the beat of the Bucks straight from a fan favorite and Bucks legend.
Welcome to the fantastic voyage. Marcus Johnson, the captain of this vessel.
Tap into Here District with Marcus Johnson, a Bucks Plus audio production.
My first mate, Chris Johnson, the only father and son tandem.
Your weekly pulse on the Milwaukee Bucks and conversations with the biggest names in basketball. This week on the pod, Marcus and Chris talk to NBA Hall of Famer Kevin Garnett. Find Here District now on Bucks.com/plus, the Bucks app, or wherever you get your podcast.
Academic Mortgage is an equal housing lender. NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 255368.
Don't settle for a flimsy bank pre-approval. Get the pre-approval listing agents and sellers recognized as better than the rest. The rock-solid guaranteed pre-approval from AccuNet. Get yours by clicking on the blue button at ACCUNET.com.
Trusted, relevant, locally owned, locally programmed. We are Wisconsin's radio station. News Radio 620, WTMJ Milwaukee.
It's 6 o'clock. This is Wisconsin's Morning News for Friday, August 15th. I'm Erik Bilstad. Our top story, a major meeting just hours away.
I'm Michelle Richards, in for Vince Vitrano. Wisconsin state workers get a raise.
I'm Adam Roberts, in for Debbie Lazaga. Starting our morning off a bit slow on 894. This is starting around 76th Street and then heading west towards the Hale. Had an earlier incident before we started today. That has been cleared up. The delays, though, are still there. So right now it's going to be about an extra 3 to 4 minutes on your ride from the Mitchell to the Hale. And now this backup actually extending towards 60th Street. Also going to be a little slow through the Hale as you work towards 894 North. Also off the freeway system on Highway 241, this is South 27th Street near the IKEA in Oak Creek. That is closed heading south due to an earlier crash all the way down to Drexel from about just past Rawson. So be mindful of that as you're working your way out the door this Friday morning. I'm Adam Roberts with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Sunny and warm today, a high of 85. Tonight, more rain in the forecast, a low of 72. Right now, it's 69 at 6:01. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, President Trump will head today to a military base in Anchorage, Alaska, for a summit with the Russian President Vladimir Putin.
Without the leader of Ukraine in the meeting, the president has gone out of his way not to set expectations for this summit too high.
All I want to do is set the table for the next meeting, which should happen shortly.
Of course, Trump has said there may not be a second meeting with Volodymyr Zelensky at all. He says he'll know in the first few minutes whether this session with Putin will be successful. He says there's a 25% chance it'll be a failure. His aides have described this as a listening exercise, a chance for Trump to hear directly from Putin what it'll take for him to end the war. Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
Ahead of the summit this afternoon between President Trump and Russian President Putin, the Kremlin calls the issues around the war complex.
We've been hearing from Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov ahead of this historic meeting between Presidents Putin and Trump. He described questions about Ukrainian territories as complex, but said there was goodwill between the presidents. That goodwill, he said, has been in short supply with Ukraine's European allies. Ukraine is not at the table at these talks, sparking fears that any agreement could force Ukraine into an impossible position. But Peskov said these talks are just between the US and Russia, declining to say if President Zelensky's position will be taken into account. Guy Davies, ABC News in Kyiv, Ukraine.
Back here at home, a pay raise for state workers.
Governor Tony Evers is implementing a pay bump for state employees over the next 2 years. The biennial budget authorizes a 3% raise this year and a 2% raise in 2026. Eligible workers who have been employed since the end of June will see the 3% raise starting in September, including lump sum back pay from June 29th. Pay adjustment typically requires another approval by the legislature's Joint Committee on Employment Relations, but a state Supreme Court ruling last year ruled that the governor does not need approval to spend apportioned funding. Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
President Trump has nominated a federal prosecutor from Milwaukee to fill a seat on the U.S. Court of Appeals in Wisconsin. In a post on social media, the president named Rebecca Teibelson to serve as a judge for the 7th Circuit. If confirmed by the U.S. Senate, she would take the seat held by Diane Sykes, who plans to step down from active service in October. Teibelson has served as an assistant U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of Wisconsin since 2016.
The White House is taking more control of law enforcement in Washington, D.C.
Attorney General Pam Bondi named DEA Commissioner Terry Cole the district's emergency police commissioner and scrapped the district's policy that limited cooperation between its police officers and federal immigration agents. She says the district will not remain a sanctuary city. D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser and Attorney General Brian Schwalb claim Bondi's orders are unlawful. Bondi's directive comes after President Trump deployed the National Guard to help patrol D.C. Residents like Ryan Zito are fed up.
Crime is down. This is a power grab.
Michael Wallace, CBS News.
As flood recovery efforts continue across southeast Wisconsin, in Wauwatosa, over 75,000 unique props, costumes, and set pieces have been destroyed at the Milwaukee Repertory Theater's production facility. Executive Director Chad Bauman tells WTMJ's What's on Tap.
We have $5 million worth of flood insurance. If you would have asked me 2 days ago, I would have said that would have been adequate. I think today we're figuring out as each day passes that we have many more damages than what we thought. And my guess is that we will actually exceed that limit.
The Performing Arts Organization is opening a temporary production shop, and other production groups across the U.S. and Canada are assisting in the recovery effort. Bauman says upcoming shows this fall and winter will go on as planned. Now, we're also watching for another round of rainfall this weekend. Your complete WTMJ 5-day forecast is coming up at 6:10.
Coming up, it was quite the concert 60 years ago. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:05.
Loyalty, family. Few things are more important. This is WTMJ's Steve Scafidi and Loyal Family Renovations. They saved the day after a brutal storm in Oak Creek. Hail damage, yeah, I had a lot of it. But Jeff, Jake, and the whole team, absolute pros, made the entire process smooth as can be. Let's be honest, not everyone knows how to deal with adjusters. They handle all the questions, quick answers, top-notch customer service. In just 2 days, my roof was done. If storm damage hits, call the team that made it easy for me. Loyal Family Renovations. Visit loyalfamilyrenovations.com.
Adrian was seriously injured when a careless driver merged into her lane.
Gruber was there for everything that I needed. Any questions that I had, Gruber was there. They made me feel like everything about my situation and my accident was very important to them, and that made me feel good. And I would definitely call Gruber again for that.
Serving Wisconsin for over 35 years, Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
They go above and beyond for their clients.
Hey, WTMJ's John Mercure here for Guthrie and Fry. I love Guthrie and Fry. I've got their water softener, the salt delivered right to the basement. Their RO system, which filters the water in our house. What we drink, what we cook with is crisp, clean, clear. It's Guthrie and Fry water conditionings, the best in the business. They also provide well pump system service, routine service, and emergency service for when you need it. They've been doing that since 1974. At Guthrie and Fry, they know that better water makes a big difference. The teams I trust are at Guthrie and Fry Water Conditioning.
Enjoy life at Capri Communities, where senior living's our expertise. Caring staff that help you when you need. Enjoy life at Capri, making friends and memories. Living life to the fullest, you will love your new home. Enjoy life at Capri Communities.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
When you breathe well, you live better. Find out more at adventknows.com.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time 6:07.
Back to baseball tonight as the Brewers look to make it 13 in a row. We'll have more in sports at 6:15.
There's a new tool to help law enforcement find missing children across Wisconsin.
Attorney General Josh Call says if a child goes missing under certain circumstances, the DOJ can send out a missing child alert.
There have been cases that would not have met the Amber Alert criteria, where alerts have been able to go out and information has been provided to people nearby where missing kids are located.
A bill signed by Governor Tony Evers expanded the criteria for issuing these alerts. The legislation was named after 5-year-old Prince McCree, who went missing in Milwaukee and was later found murdered. Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
A taste of Ireland on Milwaukee's lakefront. Irish Fest underway at Henry Meyer Festival Park, featuring 18 stages of live music, food vendors, entertainment for kids. Celtic MKE's Melissa Ward tells WTMJ's What's on Tap.
Yes, they play traditional Irish music, but it's important for us to also feature the artists that are playing what we call the contemporary sounds of Ireland today. And so you're going to hear singer-songwriter, you're going to hear a little bit of rock, you're going to hear some indie folk, and we have a Celtic EDM artist coming this year for the first time. We have a hip-hop rap artist from Ireland coming for the first time.
And that's Melissa Ward. Celtic MKE. I think I said Celtic earlier. I meant Celtic MKE. Milwaukee's Irish Fest, of course, runs through Sunday.
60 years ago today, 4 lads from Liverpool rocked the worlds of U.S. fans.
Ed Sullivan tells a packed Shea Stadium that honored by their country, decorated by their queen, and loved here in America.
Here are the Beatles!
That concert at New York Shea Stadium set world records for a pop concert with over 55,000 fans. One of them, then Brooklyn teenager Carol Rapatsky.
It was so loud. Girls were running and fainting, and it was pandemonium. I mean, we think we heard the music, but I don't know if we really did.
The 1965 Beatles concert generated gross receipts of $304,000. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
Oof.
Today that would be like millions and millions.
Oh, my gosh. Not even close. 610.
James Imaging Systems, your local document imaging partner. JamesImaging.com.
James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner. When Tri-City National Bank decided to optimize their print output strategy, they needed a resource with the expertise to recommend a solution. CIO Robert Prang.
And James helped us with that analysis of what our print consumption was and what we were doing.
The outcome of the James Imaging Systems Managed Print Services recommendation?
We ended up reducing down to about 97 total printers and copiers from 197.
The impact on your print output?
We eliminated over 500,000 pages a month of output that we figured out we really didn't need.
Month after month, that adds up to savings and value.
Oh, tons of value. Those numbers add up even when it's only a penny or so per page.
Managed Print Services from James Imaging Systems. AI-driven workflow automation, security enhancements, and digital transformation. To learn more, visit jamesimaging.com.
This report sponsored by Exterior Pros and Baths. Trust the pros and kick off your home transformation. Want to save big on your next home improvement project? Visit extpros.com today for expert services at unbeatable prices.
6:11. Adam Roberts handling the traffic today. Hey, buddy.
Hey, Eric. Looking good, actually, right now for the most part. We did have those earlier slowdowns on 894 from about 60th Street west towards the Hale due to an earlier incident, but the good news is much of those delays have alleviated themselves. Still will be a little slow as you work your way past Forest Home heading west, but other than that, you should be good. We do still have that, we do still have this crash off the freeway. It's on Highway 241 or 27th Street, just south of Rawson. Heading south is closed due to a crash earlier this morning, and that goes down all the way towards Drexel. Also, just a note on 94 heading east past the stadium towards downtown, got some DOT workers removing traffic barrels from the right lane on 94 east, so just be mindful, give them some space while they get their work done. I'm Adam Roberts with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
The WTMJ 5-day forecast for today, sunny and warm, temperatures topping out in the mid-80s. We'll look for a chance of showers and storms tonight, partly cloudy with lows in the lower 70s. It's partly cloudy, warm and humid for our Saturday. We'll look for a chance of showers and storms early in the morning and then again late in the evening, overnight to Sunday. Highs in the upper 80s and low 90s. The chance of rain continues into Sunday, high at 83, and we'll look for more rounds of rain and thunderstorms Monday and Tuesday with highs in the upper 70s and low 80s. I'm meteorologist Brendan Johnson with the Storm Team forecast on WTMJ.
69 degrees at 6:13.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Here's your host, Erik Bilstad.
And a good Friday morning to you, Eric, along with Michelle Richards. Vince is back on Monday, and I know he is rearing to go. Michelle, hello. Happy Friday. All right, so it appears that we will be seeing some rain over the weekend, and at some points it could be a little bit heavier than others. But it would, at least initially here, it looks like most of the heavier stuff will be more in central Wisconsin. But we're keeping our eye on this. Here's a little bit more from Storm Team 4's Brendan Johnson. He's been, of course, running the numbers here, but here's what he's saying about what we can expect this weekend as far as the rain.
The weekend forecast, rounds of showers and thunderstorms, but there is a considerable deal of uncertainty given just exactly where and how these showers and storms may ultimately come together. There is a chance that a lot of this stays to the north where the corridor showers and storms will be, but there is also a chance that some of this could break off and head in our direction tonight and into early tomorrow. Again, Saturday night into Sunday, and then we'll keep those rounds of rain going into Monday and Tuesday as well.
Yeah, so rain tonight into tomorrow. It sounds like the portion of the afternoon tomorrow is going to be fine.
That's what I need to be fine just for my own personal life. My daughter's birthday party is tomorrow outside, so can we just keep that?
It looks like it will be, and then the idea for like heavy rain is still possible, but again, it sounds like they're tracking that more to the central part of the state. It's going to be really humid. Of course, obviously, our sensitive level is very high at the moment with how much saturation we've already had. But you want to keep your eye on it this weekend, that it's possible we'll see some more heavy rain at times, but it looks like it's tracking more to the north, but Brendan's saying you just got to keep your nose to that one because it could be a thing. I hate saying that.
Let's hope not.
I'm not trying to like freak people out, but just to pay attention again this weekend. It's 6:15, lots to get to as always in sports. We'll do it in 1 minute.
Discover how artificial intelligence is transforming manufacturing at the Midwest Manufacturing AI Summit, October 7th at Wisconsin State Fair Park, co-located with WIMTS. This workshop for manufacturing owners, executives, and operations managers will show how AI reduces downtime, increases throughput, and improves quality. Explore a technology showcase, connect with solution providers, consultants, and industry experts, and see how AI tools can drive results on your shop floor. Seats are limited. Register now at techedpodcast.com/AI Summit.
Don't let them ruin your summer. Vince Vitrano for the Bugman and Queen Bee. Just had Adam the Bugman out to my house for the stinging insect nest preventer service. And Adam tells me he's getting a lot of requests for this right now because of wasps. Now, this won't keep the bees and other pollinators from doing their important work in your yard or in your garden. What it will do is keep them from building a nest in your roof or inside the house. Local, family, veteran-owned and operated. 20% off your first service when you tell them Vinny sent you. Bugman, Queen Bee. AdventNows.com.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
People will come, Ray. People will most definitely come. For free George Webb burgers.
Yeah, they will. Yep. So the George Webb giveaway has been announced. It's next week. What is that, Wednesday the 20th from 2 to 6. So now you know when to go get that free burger from George Webb's as the Brewers movie continues. As for the team, they're looking to tie a franchise record 13 in a row tonight. The next off day for the Crew is September 2nd, so lots of games in a row, plus 5 games in 4 days next week in Chicago. So Brewers Senior VP and General Manager Matt Arnold joined us for Brewers 360 yesterday. He says they're still working to keep everybody fresh.
We want to try to see what we can do to be rested going into the Cubs series. We want to try to obviously do what we can in that Cubs series that we think we're capable of, and then you're trying to cover, I think it's 30 games in 31 days, and make sure that we're rested, hopefully for a strong run in into October. And so there's a lot of things that we're trying to optimize for every single day.
Right. So with that, what do you do today? They don't even have anyone scheduled yet for who's going to be their pitcher today. I mean, it's possible. It's possible Jacob Mizorowski comes back. The Miz could return as soon as today because they have Priester locked in for tomorrow. They got Quintana the next day, and then they got 5 games in 4 days against the Cubs. So
is that unusual not to know at this point who's pitching?
Well, nothing is unusual anymore. So we'll see. It's Brewers and Reds tonight. Don't know for sure if it's the Miz, but he is definitely pitching next week. They got to do something with him. So maybe they bring him back today or start him next week. But the Miz will return here soon. Okay, so the Packers, they got the Colts now. Preseason game number 2, noon tomorrow in Indy. Quarterback Jordan Love will not play after having surgery on his non-throwing hand, a ligament issue in his thumb. Coach Matt LaFleur.
Surgery went well, and he's in great spirits, and he's here with us. So, yeah, now it's just about putting in the work to get the thumb rehabbed.
In fact, LaFleur says he expects Love to even get some practice in next week. Won't be like serious practice, but he'll be doing stuff.
I wouldn't say right away, but we anticipate there'll be some sort of participation next week.
I mean, he can at least run laps with the team, right?
Oh, for sure, yeah. There's some stuff they could do. I love how they're having. It sounds like the team's having a good time in the background. Listen to that.
I wouldn't say right away, but we anticipate there'll be some sort of participation.
Whatever they're doing, they're enjoying themselves. Love, by the way, says he probably wouldn't have had surgery if this had been in the middle of the season, but since they got a few weeks yet before they start, he's confident that they'll take care of this. But again, it's his left hand, left thumb, and all of that. So Colts and Packers going to do some practice, and they got their preseason game number 2 tomorrow at noon. It's 6:19.
Streaming services, retail chains, and tech giants are all adding plus to their names. It's fairly obvious they were inspired by Hasselus mattress. Hasselus showrooms are employee-free, plus unbeatable prices on Tempur-Pedic, plus free next-day delivery, plus 60-month interest-free financing on select Tempur-Pedic with approved credit, plus a $300 MasterCard gift card with your Tempur-Pedic mattress. Maybe we should change our name to Hasselus Plus. Find an employee-free showroom near you at Hasselus.com.
With an ever-changing inventory, you never know what great bargains you're going to be able to find at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores. It makes shopping fun because the best finds are the ones you had no idea you'd even come across. And when they're at thrift store prices, it feels good. And it feels even better to know you're helping us help others. Shop St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
You're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
With over 57 years of experience, family-owned Yutka Fence installs high-quality fencing with residential options, including vinyl, wood, aluminum, chain link, and ornamental fences. Committed to craftsmanship and customer service, Yutka Fence doesn't just build fences, they build relationships based on care, trust, precision, and protecting what matters most. Mention you're a WTMJ fan for 10% off your project. Schedule your free estimate today at yutkafence.com or call 262-859-3226.
Brew Crew Tuesdays are back on August 19th.
Churio sends it deep to left, and there she goes!
Catch the Brewers on local TV as they battle the Chicago Cubs.
And Yelich
launches one deep right center field. Forget about it. Oh, my goodness. Third deck.
This edition of Brew Crew Tuesdays is presented by Delta Dental of Wisconsin. Tune in August 19th at 7:05 on Fox 6 in Milwaukee, or check your local listings to watch the game.
6:21. Happy Friday to you, Adam.
And same to you, Eric and Michelle. Looking right now at the roads, we're decent overall. We do have some volume starting to build up, as you would expect, on 4145 north from about Swan Boulevard all the way up towards, looks like Burleigh. You're going to be a little slow. Past that point, everything is all right. Still getting those barrels removed on 94 East just past 25th Street from overnight construction work. And then just want to remind again, off the freeway on South 27th Street, Highway 241, whichever you prefer, we still have an incident between Rawson and Drexel that has the southbound lanes. Looks like they're closed at the moment, though we could soon have an opening. Looking at the camera from Rawson towards south, it does look like cars are heading down that way. Just be aware in case there's any residual work that's still being done. I'm Adam Roberts with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Your WTMJ forecast for today, mostly sunny and warm, a high of 85. A chance of showers and storms then tonight. Partly cloudy, a low of 72. Saturday, partly cloudy, very warm and humid with a chance of rain and storms, a high of 88. Sunday, partly cloudy, continued warm and humid. Chance of storms, a high of 83. Monday, the chance of showers and storms continues, then partly sunny with a high of 81. And Tuesday, another chance of showers and storms, a high of 78.
Right now in Milwaukee, it is 69 degrees. Your forecast sponsored by Big Fish Contracting. Visit bigfishcontracting.com to see how they're renovating homes and redeeming an industry. Well, today is the big day. It's finally now upon us. It'll take place.
Happening today.
Around 2:30 p.m. Central Time. So it's like 11:30 Anchorage time in Alaska. But yes, President Trump will sit down with Russian President Vladimir Putin in Anchorage, Alaska.
I think it's all for show and it won't lead to anything.
And that's protesters in Anchorage today. They're not really buying much of this, but who knows? Anything is possible, but the meeting will take place. So what do they think in Russia? Well, CBS News contributor and former Homeland Security official Samantha Vinograd has a preview over there.
Putin is a trained intelligence officer who carefully prepares for every meeting he has, and he is going to know how to push President Trump's buttons. And it is unclear whether President Trump is relying on his intelligence community to prepare for this meeting or if he's just going to go with his gut.
Now, a little bit more on what the back and forth could be in a second here, but a little bit more on the Russia thought of it. Here's BBC News Moscow reporter Steve Rosenberg.
Ahead of the summit, the Kremlin leader hailed what he described as President Trump's energetic and sincere efforts towards peace. But it's unclear whether Russia's president is prepared to compromise on his maximalist demands for hostilities to end. Up to this point, he's been unwilling to agree to a ceasefire, insisting that Russia holds the initiative on the battlefield.
Yeah, so they're not really necessarily believing a ceasefire could happen. And heading into this, the White House, not sure whether or not they could actually get a deal done today. It's almost like they think a meeting for another meeting. They think like this is just the first face-to-face before they could plan another sit-down in the future.
Yeah, they keep calling it, like a listening session.
Right, yeah.
Kind of dimmed expectations a little bit on actually any resolution.
Right.
Heading into the meeting, Trump expressing confidence that he can convince Putin to end the war. Still, Trump admitted yesterday he thinks there's a 25% chance they'll leave the summit with no deal. And a Kremlin advisor told the British Daily Telegraph this is not a final summit where lasting peace can be achieved.
Right, the ABC's Nicole D'Antonio there. So really, they're actually also planning, they believe they could actually potentially hold some type of news conference afterward.
The president is expected to hold a news conference at the conclusion of the summit. He says if the meeting goes well, it'll be a joint news conference with Vladimir Putin by his side. But if it goes poorly, and he says there's a 25% chance that it will, he'll hold his own news conference and then head back here to Washington.
So that will determine everything then, right? So if, in fact, they're together, then that'll be a success. If they're not, then it won't be a success.
And he'll just
And-
express hopes
Right.
for the meeting number 2.
Right, which makes it even more awkward. So you're not quite sure how this is going to go. Beth Noble is a former CBS correspondent who worked in Moscow. And she said that, like, this guy's really smooth. You got to be careful because she's been in the room with him, and he can be a smooth cat, Putin can.
I've been very fortunate to be in a room with Vladimir Putin a couple of times during my career working for CBS News in Moscow, and I've seen him be incredibly charming. I've seen him be incredibly tough. He's a former KGB agent. He's really good at reading people and kind of molding himself in a chameleon-like manner to, who they are and what they want to hear. And I think that President Trump has just got to be really, really careful to not be manipulated by Putin. But if there's a chance for more understanding, like let's all hope that this is the beginning of a peace process.
The president heads out later today. Again, the actual event, 2:30 Central Time. News about your money at 6:27. Annex Wealth Management market update. So let's check the markets right now. 2 hours from the bell, and it's looking all right. It's a mixed bag at the moment. The Dow is up. The S&P futures up. The NASDAQ futures are down again 2 hours from the bell. Annex Wealth Management and annexwealthmanagement.com. Financial planning at every level.
I'm John Mercure here with Dr. Kenneth Berg, an orthopedic surgeon at the Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin. Dr. Berg, good to see you. Thank you so much for doing this.
John, thanks for having me.
Hip arthritis, hip replacement, it's a thing that seems to be more prevalent as we're more active and we grow older. Tell us about your specialty and how you attack this sort of problem.
Patient comes in the office, complains of hip pain. It starts with a history, then a physical exam, maybe x-ray, and maybe even an MRI of the hip. Common diagnosis we encounter is degenerative hip arthritis.
Can you tell us briefly about the importance of imaging? It's not right away you make an appointment at OHIO and you're scheduled for surgery.
After we establish a relationship with the patient and we determine that they have hip arthritis that's resulting in their pain, we go through the treatment options, whether it's avoiding the activity that makes your joint hurt or over-the-counter Tylenol, anti-inflammatories, and potentially physical therapy. And at the Orthopedic Hospital, we have multiple physical therapy options. And one nice option is we have aquatic therapy at one of our locations. And we talk about injections. And if all else fails and we tried everything under the sun, then we talk about surgery.
How has hip surgery evolved?
In my training, we started to do the anterior hip replacement when I was in my residency where we learned how to do orthopedics. And that became probably the most common way we did it. And the difference between an anterior hip replacement versus the other traditional ways is that we do the incision from the front of the hip and we avoid cutting muscle and instead we spread it and it's minimally invasive.
One of the things I love about Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin is that you want people to get back to doing the things they love, whether it's golf or pickleball or just playing with their grandkid in the yard without pain.
That is always our end goal, whether it's non-operative care or operative care. My goal is for patients to come into my office and say, "Doctor, I can't do this because my hip hurts." And at the end of treatment, they say, "I can do it and my hip doesn't hurt."
Their facilities are modern and gorgeous. Their people are incredibly talented. Go to the website, ohow.com, OHOW.com. Hit request an appointment and start your path to feeling better and doing the things you want. Dr. Kenneth Berg with Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin. Thank you so much, Dr. Berg.
You're welcome.
So, Alex, why don't you tell us about Lion's Tail?
We've been brewing for 10 years, and now we're busy expanding into Milwaukee, trying to get on every shelf of every store and on tap at every restaurant.
How has Horicon Bank been a part of your story?
Horicon Bank understands the needs of small businesses versus working with a big bank. Horicon, they're much like a small business, just like we are. I know most of the people on that team. It's nice working with someone that understands your business.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. President Trump preparing to leave the White House on his way to Anchorage for the summit with Russian President Vladimir Putin. ABC's Guy Davies in Kyiv has more on what the Russians are saying about the most pressing issues in Ukraine.
We've been hearing from Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov ahead of this historic meeting between Presidents Putin and Trump. He described questions about Ukrainian territories as complex, but said there was goodwill between the presidents. That goodwill, he said, has been in short supply with Ukraine's European allies. Ukraine is not at the table at these talks, sparking fears that any agreement could force Ukraine into an impossible position.
Moscow's forces, meantime, have breached Ukrainian lines in a series of infiltrations in the western part of the country in Donetsk. The Trump administration stepping up its crackdown on policing in Washington, D.C., naming the head of the Drug Enforcement Administration to be D.C.'s so-called emergency police commissioner. Talks on achieving a global treaty on plastic pollution ending without an agreement. This is ABC News.
Right now in the hail, looks like we've got a broken down garbage truck that is right in the middle of the on-ramp from the hail towards 894 North. And so be mindful of this. It's literally right in the middle of the road between those two lanes. So cars are having to navigate around on either side of it. And we have backups now starting to stretch through the hail towards the rock. So as you head north onto 894, just be aware of that. That is definitely right in the middle of the action. We also got a broken down vehicle on the ramp from 84th Street at 894 West. Other than that, though, we are looking generally good. Just your usual slight delays on 4145 north and north between Swan Boulevard and Burleigh. That earlier incident off the freeway system, by the way, on Highway 241 South 27th Street near Drexel, that looks like that has been cleared up. I'm Adam Roberts with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Boy, Adam, yeah, that is just a giant neon green.
Yeah, you can't miss it.
And for them to move that means they'd have to bring in another rig at some point, right? Right there in the center of the hail?
Mm-hmm. This is literally right on the dotted line, so you're going to have a tight squeeze. It looks like most of the cars I'm seeing are going to the left, but there is not a lot of space between where this truck is and the left edge of the shoulder. So just be very careful and take it slow as you work your way past this thing.
And one more time on the location on
this
that.
This is in the hail heading north from the rock towards 894 north. So right as you head through the rock and head kind of northeast before you make that slight curve to the north, it's right there.
All right. Thank you, sir. We'll get another update here in just a couple of minutes. Sunny and warm for your Friday, a high of 85. Another chance for rain tonight, a low of 72. It's going to be really humid through the weekend. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, we are following a report here of authorities on the scene of what could be a water rescue this morning at South Shore Beach in Milwaukee.
We have a report of a subject in water. So a friend went swimming with other friends. Now they can't find the one.
Yeah, now it seems like they might be looking for somebody. It's unclear if more than one person is in the water. Again, that call came in about 90 minutes ago. We'll keep you updated on that situation. Again, at South Shore Beach in Milwaukee.
Flood recovery efforts continue in Milwaukee County, where damage estimates have already exceeded $20 million. County Executive David Crowley asks for residents to be patient while waiting for flood assistance.
This is going to take time to get through these recovery efforts. This is an ongoing, evolving situation. And so we're not going to be going back to normal tomorrow, probably not anytime soon. And so we need people to understand that this road to recovery, this will take time, and we need your patience.
Crowley says FEMA employees could start coming to Milwaukee County sometime later next week.
Pay raises for state workers. Governor Evers is implementing a pay bump for state employees over the next 2 years. The biennial budget authorizes a 3% raise this year and a 2% raise in 2026.
A woman's skull found in rural Wisconsin over 20 years ago has now been identified. A group of Boy Scouts found the skull in a plastic bag while walking through the woods in Holton. Analysis from the DNA Doe Project has identified her as 92-year-old Alice Katharina Peterson. She died in the Hospital of Natural Causes in Minnesota 15 months before the skull was found in October of 2002. Authorities are still investigating why the skull ended up in the woods.
An etiquette request for the free George Webb burgers. The president of the Wisconsin Institute for Law and Liberty, Rick Essenberg, is a George Webb restaurant franchise owner. He tells WTMJ's Point Taken what he hopes customers will do next Wednesday during the giveaway.
Tip your server based upon what you would have paid, because they have to work just as hard, notwithstanding the fact that you're getting a freebie.
Yeah, so it's next Friday, 2 to 6 is the big giveaway. Essenberg owns the George Webb
Wednesday.
on 76. What did I say?
You
Tuesday?
said Friday.
Oh, wow. I'm sorry. Wednesday. Thank you. Essenberg owns the one on 76 in Rawson there in Franklin. Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ News Time is 6:35. This portion of the show is brought to you by Bumblebee Blinds. You can visit them at bumblebeeblinds.com.
Bumblebee Blinds Milwaukee can refresh your home with high-quality blinds, professional guidance, and easy installation. Book a free consultation today. Bumblebee Blinds, window treatments too. Buzz about.
News sponsored by Griffin Ford and Griffin's Hub Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram.
$1 doesn't buy much unless you're spending it at Griffin. For just $1 over cost, you can buy brand new tires from us. This is Jim Griffin. Any major brand, $1 over our cost with free tire repair and lifetime rotation. We'll even show you the invoice to prove it. Our only requirements, we put them on for you. Buy one or the whole set. The dollar deal from Griffin. Milwaukee, Waukesha, Fort Atkinson, and Jefferson. Griffin. The buck stops here. The deals on tires don't. That's Griffin.
Not combinable with other tire offers.
At Big Fish Contracting, we want every home project to be a good story worth sharing. That's why we as a team aim to exceed your expectations. We can improve any aspect of your home. Everything from a complex remodel to the essential roof, gutters, siding, and windows. Integrity, humility, and kindness are why we've grown in southeastern Wisconsin for the last 2 decades. Visit bigfishcontracting.com to learn how Big Fish is renovating homes and redeeming an industry.
Hey, WTMJ's John Mercure here. Does your home's landscaping feel a little dated? Maybe the shrubs are overgrown or the flower beds have lost their spark. You don't need to start from scratch to make a huge impact. Landworks Wisconsin can breathe new life into your property with a professional garden renovation. The designers will work with you to refresh your plantings, redefine your garden beds, and restore your home's curb appeal. And while they're upgrading, maybe think about permanent holiday lighting. Give your garden the makeover it deserves. Visit the teams I trust at landworkswisconsin.com.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:37.
Is it possible The Miz returns tonight? Much more in sports at 6:45.
So I don't know about you, Eric, but when I have my annual doctor's appointment, I usually have like a little list of things, oh, my toe hurts.
Sure. Yeah.
Things I want to ask about that may not be related to, my blood pressure today or whatever. Well, those extra questions are costing some people extra money.
Well, how do you mean?
So there's a story from WCPO in Cincinnati where a woman walked into her doctor's office and took a picture of a sign because she was so shocked. It said, "Please be advised that additional charges may be applied if issues outside of the regular exam are discussed during your annual visit."
Well, during your annual, so
right.
This is just,
this is your annual well
standard...
check. You probably, you have a copay already.
So what, you can't just say, hey, what's up with my big toe? It hurts?
Yeah. Apparently that might cost extra. So the thought behind this, apparently, is that, if you're taking up too much of the doctor's time during your visit, they want to be compensated because then you're impacting other patients. So But at the same time, if you only go to see your doctor once a year or infrequently, as many people do, then you might want to, I know you're getting older, you might have some questions.
So, as always, healthcare makes things unique and interesting all the time.
Yes.
6:39.
So how is that possible? 1.9% real estate commission? There must be something you're not telling me.
I hear that a lot. The truth is, everybody could do it, but they choose not to because folks keep paying more than they have to. I guess they just haven't heard yet that Century 21 Benefit Realty can make that 1.9% real estate commission promise on the sale of your home and stick to it. So I'd like to think that's going to make your decision easy. This is Angela Calais with Century 21 Benefit Realty, benefit-realty.com, where you pay less for full service. Each office is independently owned and operated. You only get one chance to make a first impression, and that goes double for your home listing, because that's how you're going to get the most value. By having a customized marketing plan specific to your property with professional photos, global marketing, and the built-in experience that Century 21 Benefit Realty has brought to the table since 2004. And being joined with Century 21 just makes all of the above stand out that much more. This is Angela Calais with Century 21 Benefit Realty, benefit-realty.com, where you pay less for full service. Each office is independently owned and operated.
If you have not experienced the historic Fox and Hound Supper Club, do it this week. WTMJ's John Mercure here. I visit often. The Friday, all-you-can-eat haddock fish fry is one of the best, especially with a great old-fashioned. This Saturday only, enjoy an 8-ounce grilled salmon, 2 scallops, and 2 shrimp with broccoli risotto topped with an all-new sweet teriyaki sauce. Also includes veggies, your choice of super salad, and homemade bread with honey cinnamon butter for just $54.99. And that's for 2 dinners. Relax with a cocktail on the patio in the woods, then your free dinner. The Fox and Hounds, just off Highway 167, 2 miles east of the Holy Hill Shrine. The drive is a summer must-see. It's gorgeous. And this Saturday only, enjoy 2 grilled salmon, scallops, and shrimp dinners for under $55. Dinner starts at 3. Arrive early. All other dinners are buy one, get one free every night. Desserts are buy one, get one free. Call and reserve today. foxandhoundsrestaurant.com.
Traffic is sponsored by Rejuvenix Arthritis Pain Clinics. Go to rejuvenix.com for an appointment.
Go to rejuvenix.com to request your appointment.
641. We still got that big old garbage truck there in the hail?
Yes, we do, Eric. It is a mess right now in that stretch of freeway. Already back now towards 124th Street on the Rock is where we're seeing these backups heading east. So what we're talking about is this big, giant garbage truck. It's one of those GFL neon green trucks that's just broken down right in the middle of the freeway as you head from the Rock towards 894 North. So once you're making that kind of curve to the northeast is where you're going to be really noticing these backups, and it is slow. Actually, looks like right now as I'm watching the camera at 108th Street on 43, we've got a black pickup truck that is turning around. This is happening live. We've got vehicles turning around and going back up the on-ramp onto the freeway. They're making the turns now. Multiple cars are doing this. I would not recommend that at all, but multiple vehicles are doing this. They're going the wrong direction on the on-ramp to get back away from where these backups are extending now. Please do not do that. You will be able to get through. You're going to have to squeeze kind of tight, and actually it looks like some vehicles are now on scene. Looks like there's a white pickup truck that's tending to this right now.
Okay.
But please just be careful through this stretch. Do not turn around and go the wrong way on a 2-lane freeway. I cannot stress that enough. This will be taken care of. Elsewhere, we are overall looking good. No other major incidents or delays. I'm Adam Roberts with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
The WTMJ 5-day forecast for today: sunny and warm, temperatures topping out in the mid-80s. We'll look for a chance of showers and storms tonight. Partly cloudy with lows in the lower 70s. It is partly cloudy, warm and humid for our Saturday. A chance of rain early in the morning and then again late in the evening, overnight to Sunday. We'll keep the highs in the upper 80s, even low 90s in some spots. Partly cloudy, warm and humid with more chances of rain on Sunday with a high of 83. And we'll keep the rounds of rain going into Monday and Tuesday. Highs in the upper 70s and low 80s. I'm meteorologist Brendan Johnson with the Storm Team forecast on WTMJ.
Right now in Milwaukee, it's 69 degrees. Yeah, so they do have some vehicles on scene now for this neon green garbage truck that's broke down in the Hale interchange. So this is 43 North, 894 North, that connector ramp right there. So you are squeezing by. You heard Adam say on the left-hand side. But they're still dealing with that, so we'll see how long it takes them to kind of get that thing over. Unfortunately, oftentimes what you'll see is sheriff's deputies will have a squad that they can actually push a car off.
Yeah, I think we saw that not that long ago.
A couple of times recently, yeah. And unfortunately, Adam, in this case, you can't really do that.
No, you'd need a lot of those squads to move one of these heavy garbage trucks.
But yeah, boy, it's unfortunate timing, but they are there. So it's just a matter of, can you do something to move that thing over to kind of help this out? But at the moment, it's a bit tight in that stretch there. Again, 43 North to 894 North in the Hale. So Adam's all over it. We'll get constant updates from him throughout the morning here. But right now, you're moving a bit slow in that stretch. It is 6:45. We'll get you sports here in a minute.
Think of your experienced quality electrician for remodels or smaller projects like replacing fixtures or fluorescent lights to LED, electric car charging port installs, and electric panel swap outs. Codes are about to change that require a more expensive breaker. Quality can help. And for a power outage, count on lightning fast emergency service.
Call Quality for the signature service you deserve.
Call Quality. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electric. Nobody likes it when their old water heater sings its last song. But if there's a positive side to it, say you upgrade now with a tankless water heater. That means instant hot water on demand. Those old water heaters aren't exactly efficient either, but you ride them as long as you can. And when they can't do the job anymore, call Quality. Whether it's drain cleaning, snaking, or taking care of a leaky pipe or faucet.
Call Quality.
quality. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electric.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
The Brewers, after a nice off day, after winning us burgers, have won 12 in a row. They look to make it 13. They look to tie a franchise record set back in 1987 tonight. Brewers and Reds from Cincinnati. But the big question is, who is going to pitch tonight? Right now, it's TBD. I mean, is it possible? Is it possible it's The Miz? Now, we don't know that for sure. We're just speculating, of course. But we do know that Jacob Mizorowski, who's been shelved since he got beamed by a ball during the last time they played the Cubs at AmFam a couple of weeks ago, he's been beamed, so that bruise. They kind of want to save his innings anyway. So The Miz hasn't pitched. But we do know they're going to use Jacob Mizorowski next week against the Cubs. But they have this open spot. Do you maybe use him tonight? Well, we don't know. But we did ask Matt Arnold. He joined us for Brewers 360 on Thursday. Hey, what's going to happen with The Miz? When's the next time he's going to be around?
Still trying to work through that. We want to make sure we're checking in with Miz and seeing how he's doing. But, we're still working through that decision. But, we've talked to all the guys. And look, we're going to have to make some tough decisions coming up because we've had contributions from everybody, both on the offensive side and on the pitching side. And so, there's a chance we have to make a tough decision coming up to activate Miz, but at the same time, the guys are ready for it.
So it's possible, but we'll see. But yeah, when he says tough decisions, that means someone's got to go down off the roster if you bring in Miz anytime. But he will pitch next week. I mean, they're definitely going to use him against the Cubs. So do you maybe warm him up? Maybe tonight? We'll see. We'll see. We don't know. But the Brewers getting back to work tonight, looking to make it 13 in a row. As for the Packers, doing some joint practices with the Colts. They play the Colts tomorrow in a preseason matchup in Indy. It's a noon start. Matt LaFleur says, yeah, you know what? Always trying to work every day to the same, trying to get people cleaned up. Practice.
Same as every other day is to get better. I told the guys I want a good, competitive, clean practice. That's my expectation for our guys.
Jordan Love, I should say, is going to be shelved now the rest of the way. He had surgery on his left thumb. That's his non-throwing hand. A little ligament issue there. He says that had this been the regular season, maybe they wouldn't have had the surgery, but since they have some time here, that's why they've decided to do it. So no issues there, but we'll see. As for whether or not it's a big game for everybody, we'll check in with Jason Wilde 1 hour from now. He's going to fill in for Mark Tauscher. It's 6:49.
Ray, people will come for burgers, Ray. They'll come to Milwaukee for reasons they can't even fathom.
Okay, that one doesn't work. Okay, we've been having some fun with the Brewers and having some fun.
I don't know. It sounds like it worked to me.
I don't know. That Field of Dreams one. I don't know.
People will come for burgers, Ray.
Yeah.
They'll come to Milwaukee for reasons they can't even fathom.
Okay, I don't know. We might have to shelve
Works
that
just
one.
fine.
Well, I got to get back to the roads. We'll check in with Adam Roberts here. I know it's been rough at the Hale. We'll do it next.
From my family and myself, I would like to say thank you to Gruber Law Offices for taking such good care of us.
I would say thank you because you were so human and so much of a friend during the whole process.
I'm super grateful for them representing me and doing all that they did for me.
I would just say thank you for making me feel better.
That's why I'm here, to say thank you, thank you, thank you.
Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
This week's Home Improvement Showcase, sponsored by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, features Ridgetop Exteriors for all your exterior home improvement needs. Ridgetop Exteriors provides the best quality roof, siding, windows, and doors expertly installed and at an affordable price. Ridgetop Exteriors are trusted, recommended experts who live and work in the areas they serve, so the people they're often helping are their friends and neighbors. Customer service is their #1 goal. Get a free estimate for your next project by logging on to ridgetopexteriors.com.
Looking for your next unforgettable journey? Travel with Milwaukee's top choice because Fox World Travel was just awarded Best Travel Agency in the Community Choice Awards. Experience award-winning service as you explore the cherry blossoms of Japan, the rugged coastlines of Ireland, or the sun-drenched vineyards of Portugal with Gene Miller. New this year, join us in Scotland for the unforgettable Royal Military Tattoo. With trusted partners like Globus, Insight Vacations, and African Travel, your journey is always in expert hands. Visit foxworldtravel.com or call 866-GO-FOX-GO. Join us today.
Brew Crew Tuesdays are back on August 19th.
Churio sends it deep to left, and there she goes.
Catch the Brewers on local TV as they battle the Chicago Cubs.
And Yelich launches one deep right center field. Forget about it. Oh, my goodness. Third deck.
This edition of Brew Crew Tuesdays is presented by Delta Dental of Wisconsin. Tune in August 19th at 7:05 on Fox 6 in Milwaukee or check your local listings to watch the game.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
We got a big old mess on the roadways. Adam Roberts in for Debbie Lozga. How's this looking now, Adam? Any better or no?
We're still working on it, Eric. So for those who aren't familiar, this is going to be on the Hale heading north towards 894 out of the Rock. Right now, we've got a broken down garbage truck. A big neon GFL garbage truck is broken down right in the middle of the road as you head northeast from the Hale through to 894. Right now, backup stretching past 124th Street on 43 or the Rock heading east. So just be mindful of this. There is work going on. Looks like we've got a white pickup truck with a few workers on scene. Looks like they're trying to get this thing moved, but you are able to get around it. There are cars that are squeaking through on the left side of this thing, so we don't have a full freeway closure yet, but it is a very tight squeeze to the left of this garbage truck between that and the left shoulder edge. So be careful, take it slow, and use your best judgment when getting around this thing. And as we always say, pack your patience as well. Elsewhere across the system, we've just got our usual delays, save for now. Just a moment into me, we have another crash. This is on 43 North. Right at Keefe, right lane is blocked due to this crash that just came in. This is 43 North at Keefe heading out of downtown Milwaukee with backups now stretching to about Center Street. I'm Adam Roberts with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Your WTMJ forecast, mostly sunny and warm this Friday, a high of 85. Tonight, a chance of showers and storms, partly cloudy, a low of 72. Saturday, partly cloudy, very warm and humid, a chance of rain and storms. We could see some heavy rain, a high of 88. Sunday, partly cloudy, very warm, humid, another chance of storms. Monday, those storms and showers continue. Partly sunny skies, a high of 81. And Tuesday, another chance of showers and storms, a high of 78.
Your forecast is sponsored by Dave Drake Camp Heating. Your comfort is their family's tradition. More food dye news that you could notice. I mean, you may notice a difference. Kellogg says it's going to remove artificial dyes from cereals by the end of 2027. So stop going to using the dyes in the breakfast cereals by the end of 2027. The maker of Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Frosted Flakes, and Rice Krispies, just to name a couple of them. So they're going to evolve their portfolio of cereals to provide consumers with more of what they want and need, such as whole grains and fiber, and less of what they don't. So today, the vast majority, 85% of our cereals, says Kellogg's, contain no FD&C colors, and none of our products have contained red number 3 for years, they say. So they're going to do this change. Now, you saw a picture that showed the difference of the Fruit Loops, right, Michelle?
Right. So Canada does not use the food dyes in their Fruit Loops.
Okay.
So there was a side-by-side picture on the New York Times that had our neon-colored, bright blue and green and red and yellow and orange, all the colors.
Right.
And then the Canadian version, which was slightly muted, but it just had different colors. It was, yellow and orange and maybe purple.
So slightly muted, but not really all that different.
It's still nice.
It's going to taste the same.
It's going to taste the same. It's just hopefully going to be a little healthier. I think a lot of these dyes are, you're concerned that they might lead to other problems,
Sure.
health problems, and why not use something natural?
Meanwhile, Kellogg's not the only ones.
Mars Wrigley says it will make its M&Ms, Skittles, Starburst candies, and extra gum with natural dyes beginning in 2026. The company making the move in response to Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s initiative to rid foods of petroleum-based synthetic dyes. The FDA director says some studies show links to some health problems for the dyes, but scientists caution that the evidence for health risks are not that clear. Mars stopped short of committing to make all of its brands with natural colors, saying it continues to review solutions. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Okay, so that's M&M's, Skittles, Starburst candies, extra gum with the natural dyes. So same kind of deal there. They're not going to do this until the end of, 2026. Or beginning in 2026, they're going to start doing that. So that one's a little bit sooner.
You know what I'm thinking about is, like the big M&M stores, at the Mall of America, wherever you may be, where they have 700 different colors of M&Ms. I wonder what that's going to look like in the future, because they're kind of branded on those bright colors.
And we'll see if they're dramatically muted or not as well. But as for now, we have M&M's, Mars announcing, again, M&M's, Skittles, Starburst. And then, of course, Kellogg's doing this with the Fruit Loops and some of the other ones as well. So more dyes being stopped. It is 6:57 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Erik and Michelle. Vince is back Monday.
These are your business headlines from the Milwaukee Business Journal.
George Webb Restaurants announced that it will be giving free burgers away on August 20th, thanks to the Brewers' 12th straight win on Wednesday. Customers can pick up vouchers for free hamburgers starting today. A former Dollar General in Milwaukee is planned to become a small grocery store and kitchen. The new tenant plans to feature a Chester's Chicken restaurant. Despite severe weather and flooding at the state fairgrounds, next weekend's IndyCar race will proceed as scheduled, kicking off on August 23rd. The Milwaukee Mile racetrack didn't sustain any damage in last weekend's storm. I'm Josh Darrow for MilwaukeeBusinessJournal.com on 620 WTMJ.
The Mental Health Minute.
Hi, this is Kelly from LA Mental Health. This week, our hearts are with our neighbors in Wauwatosa. The floods have taken homes, memories, and a sense of safety. But the waters aren't the only thing that can leave a mark. Surviving a natural disaster can bring waves of stress, anxiety, and grief long after the cleanup is done. We want you to know that your feelings are valid, and you don't have to face them alone. If you or your kids are experiencing sleepless nights, overwhelming worry, or lingering shock, our licensed counselors are here to help. We accept most major insurance plans and have immediate openings, so you can begin care without a long wait. If you have been impacted by the floods, call us today. Healing starts with connection, and together we can rebuild hope.
This has been the Mental Health Minute. Get started on your mental health journey today at ellementalhealth.com.
John Mercure here for CertaPro Painters. They painted the outside of our house. It was fantastic. I've got a big deck. They really had to navigate on 2 levels. The guys took their time. They paid attention to detail. They did it right around the deck. My whole house looks fantastic. Trim and siding, it's great. It's CertaPro Painters. Schedule fills up fast, so now's the time to plan your project. Schedule your free estimate at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C for your home or business. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. They are the best. They're CertaPro Painters.
With over 57 years of experience, family-owned Yutka Fence installs high-quality fencing with residential options, including vinyl, wood, aluminum, chain link, and ornamental fences. Committed to craftsmanship and customer service, Yutka Fence doesn't just build fences, they build relationships based on care, trust, precision, and protecting what matters most. Mention you're a WTMJ fan for 10% off your project. Schedule your free estimate today at yutkafence.com or call 262-859-3226.
The place you want to go, Lynch McWanago.
Nobody sells for less than Lynch.
This is why you love the game.
Fly ball to deep right. It is back. Soto back. Out of here.
The Brewers head to Cincinnati to take on the Reds.
Who's writing this thing?
Our Brewers Radio Network game day coverage starts tonight at 5:05.
Freaking believable.
From the home of the Brewers, News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
7:01, this is Wisconsin's Morning News for Friday, August 15th. I'm Erik Bilstad. Right to the road, we've got issues in the hail, Adam.
Yes, we do, Erik. Still, this broken down GFL neon green garbage truck is blocking the lanes, both of them partially, through the hail north towards 894 heading north. And we've got backups now stretching to about 124th Street back on 43 heading east. So this is not impeding full traffic flow. You are still able to get around this to the left, but it is a slow go right now. Checking the cameras at 108th Street, it is very tight as you work your way. If you're exiting off 108th heading northeast, be mindful you're going to be running into a long line of vehicles trying to get north onto 894. So just be aware of that this morning. Some good news, though. We do have a little bit of cleanup done now on 43 north. The right lane at Keefe had been closed due to a crash, but now we have full traffic flow. You just might be tapping the brakes a little bit as you head from North Avenue up to about Burleigh. I'm Adam Roberts with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Boy, and there are crews busy working on that truck, but so far nothing, Adam. That thing is just giant, non-moving, neon green garbage truck.
And when we say crews, I see one white pickup truck, which looks like there's some guys who may be with GFL that are tending to this. I don't see any squads. I don't see any EMT vehicles, nothing like that.
Right, yeah, right. And I guess the big question will be whether or not they need to bring in a tow, which, again, that would obviously have to at least shut down things momentarily as they haul that out of there, but nothing to suggest that yet.
Not yet, but we'll obviously keep a very close watch.
Yep. Thank you, sir. Sunny, excuse me. I got rage. Just choking on my rage looking at that thing. Sunny and warm today. Should be a nice day, a high of 85, but keep an eye on it. We have showers and storms in the forecast again tonight, and we will have rain through the weekend at times. There's a chance for some of that rain to be a little bit heavy. We're just kind of keep an eye on that throughout the day-to-day as that forecast solidifies. Right now, it is 69 degrees at 7:03. Happening at Joint Base Andrews as we speak. Air Force One taking off with President Trump as he heads to Alaska, where he and Russian President Vladimir Putin are set to meet in just a couple of hours, which will exclude Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. He will not be part of this face-to-face. ABC's Mary Bruce is already in Anchorage.
Putin now says he has other goals from this meeting that go beyond the war in Ukraine, that he wants to discuss nuclear arms control. The Kremlin saying trade and economic cooperation will also be on the agenda. Trump admitting he thinks there's a 25% chance the meeting fails. But if it doesn't, he says he wants to quickly bring Putin and Zelensky together, possibly even bring Zelensky here to Alaska.
The pair is expected to discuss terms for ending Russia's invasion of Ukraine, though President Trump has been lowering the expectations in recent days.
We're continuing to follow a developing story at South Shore Beach in Milwaukee, where authorities are on scene for a water rescue this morning.
We have a report of a subject in water.
The call came in around 5 this morning. It's not clear if more than one individual is in the water.
As flood recovery efforts continue across southeast Wisconsin, in Wauwatosa, more than 75,000 unique props, costumes, and set pieces have been destroyed at the Milwaukee Rep Theater's production facility that sits in Tosa. Executive Director Chad Bauman on WTMJ's What's on Tap.
We have $5 million worth of flood insurance. If you would have asked me 2 days ago, I would have said that would have been adequate. I think today we're figuring out as each day passes that we have many more damages than what we thought. And my guess is that we will actually exceed that limit.
Bauman says upcoming shows this fall and winter will go on as planned.
State workers in Wisconsin are getting a pay raise.
Governor Tony Evers is implementing a pay bump for state employees over the next 2 years. The biennial budget authorizes a 3% raise this year and a 2% raise in 2026. Eligible workers who have been employed since the end of June will see the 3% raise starting in September, including lump sum back pay from June 29th. Pay adjustment typically requires another approval by the legislature's Joint Committee on Employment Relations, but a state Supreme Court ruling last year ruled that the governor does not need approval to spend apportioned funding. Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
Coming up, nickel and diming those loose teeth. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time 7:05.
Why settle for just a job when you can have a career in the exciting automobile industry? I'm Deb Cruz, president of ADAM, the Auto Dealers Association of Mega Milwaukee. The 114-member new car dealers that make up ADAM have extremely desirable service technician, sales, administrative, and management positions available now, and new ones opening up every day. Whether you're just getting out of school or considering a career change, the salary and benefits are fantastic, and the potential for advancement is unlimited. The first word in career is car, and one of the best places to find a great career opportunity is at an ADAM member new car dealer. Live the life you've always imagined. What you do today can improve all your tomorrows.
Go to work happy when you go to work in the auto industry. For current great-paying job opportunities, visit adam.com/jobs. That's ADAMM.com/jobs.
Hey, John Mercure here for Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living. Their mission is to transform the culture of care. They specialize in caring for those with early to late-stage Alzheimer's or other related dementia problems, cognitive decline. It's their specialty. They're great at it. And they also offer early memory loss classes. They can help your loved one with locations throughout our state, many here in southeast Wisconsin. I've been in their facilities. They're top-notch. It's kindness at the core. It's compassion and empathy at Azura. Wisconsin-based and family-owned. It's Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living.
We see you out there, making the most of every moment, one big, bright idea at a time. At Blaine's, we're glad to be part of it by offering best-in-class products and solutions at unbeatable farm and fleet prices. Like men's Rustler jeans, $16.99. Rewards members save an extra buck. All Wrangler Retro jeans, buy two, get one free. 25% off men's ATG by Wrangler pants. And men's Lee Extreme Motion jeans, $21.99. Find value on the things you value. Blaine's Farm and Fleet. Be an original.
Looking for an e-bike? Shop Wheel and Sprocket and find rows and rows of bikes in a bunch of different styles and colors for you to see, touch, feel, and even test ride.
Visit wheelandsprocket.com for a location near you.
Life is short. Enjoy your ride.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time 7:08.
The Brewers already got you burgers. Now they're trying to make team history. We explain it at 7:15.
There's a new tool to help law enforcement find missing children across Wisconsin.
Attorney General Josh Call says if a child goes missing under certain circumstances, the DOJ can send out a missing child alert.
There have been cases that would not have met the Amber Alert criteria where alerts have been able to go out and information has been provided to people nearby where missing kids are located.
A bill signed by Governor Tony Evers expanded the criteria for issuing these alerts. The legislation was named after 5-year-old Prince McCree, who went missing in Milwaukee and was later found murdered. Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
Irish Fest underway at the lakefront. Milwaukee's Irish Fest runs until Sunday. Got 18 stages of live music and the food vendors. Celtic MKE's Melissa Ward on WTMJ's What's on Tap.
Honestly, one of the things we love most about Irish Fest is that we have an entire area dedicated to children and families that is just filled with family-friendly programming. We have 2 dedicated children's stages that is exclusively for children's entertainment. So it's everything from storytellers, Irish dance performances, musicians.
Zoo a la carte also this weekend.
The Tooth Fairy appears to be sticking to a budget.
Delta Dental's annual poll finds kids have been taking a significant hit when they cash in on their baby teeth. They're getting 14% less under their pillows these days. The average, $5.01. That's down from $5.84 last year. And the Tooth Fairy skimping on the little extras. Only 1 in 5 children, about 16%, have been getting a gift to go with the cash. That's down from 21%. A lot of parents say it's okay. It helps educate their little ones about the value of money. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Isn't it always about like the Joneses though? Like what's Dakota's mom doing versus what's happening here and what Tooth Fairy is a different type of Tooth Fairy in one house versus another house.
Right, especially you're talking East Coast, West Coast, those are probably where you're getting your $5 a tooth, not right here in the Midwest, folks.
It's okay. It's okay if Tooth Fairy is dropping a little bit less here. It's fine. Don't worry about it. 7:10. We got to get back to the hail. We'll do it next.
Hi, this is Julie Coombs and Cindy Stormfisher with Stormfisher Investment Group. Are you a retiring professional worried about the direction of our economy, about making your money last?
Come see what we can do for you. Let us show you how we take care of you to help you have a great retirement.
We are at 262-796-8400 or stormfisher.com. See you soon.
Securities offered through Osaic Wealth Inc. Member FINRA SIPC. Advisory services offered through Osaic Advisory Services LLC. Osaic Advisory. Osaic Wealth and Osaic Advisory are separately owned, and other entities and/or marketing names, products, and services referenced here are independent of Osaic Wealth and Osaic Advisory.
God does not always call the most gifted to serve him. His heroes have flaws big enough to spoil the whole business.
All this month, the Lutheran Hour is revisiting past messages from former speakers. This week, Dr. Oswald Hoffman tells the story of Moses, God's stuttering man of destiny. And we'll hear insights from Dr. Michael Ziegler and his guest, Professor Ryan Tinetti. That's this week on the Lutheran Hour.
The Lutheran Hour, Sunday mornings at 6:30 on WTMJ.
This report sponsored by Exterior Pros and Baths. Trust the pros and kick off your home transformation. Want to save big on your next home improvement project? Visit extpros.com today for expert services at unbeatable prices.
Adam Roberts has been following this broken down garbage truck situation in the hail for us.
Yes, and very little has changed so far, Erik and Michelle. This thing is still sitting there on the hail, right on the dotted line as you head towards 894 North. Our backup situation still pretty rough, all the way back to 124th Street. So right now that is going to be an extra 10 minutes or so as you work your way from that point up on 894 towards Beloit Road. Be mindful of this. You can get around it. There are no emergency vehicles, no squads, anything like that at this point. I did see a semi-truck squeeze through on the left, so there are big vehicles that are able to get around this, but that semi-truck did have to slowly inch its way through because of how tight of a fit it is there. So just be mindful. You can get around this on the left, but you will need to take it slow. The good news is everywhere else across the system right now is largely light in terms of volume and no major incidents. I'm Adam Roberts with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
The WTMJ 5-day forecast for today: sunny and warm, temperatures topping out in the mid-80s. We'll look for a chance of showers and storms tonight. Partly cloudy with lows in the lower 70s. It is partly cloudy, warm and humid for our Saturday. A chance of rain early in the morning and then again late in the evening, overnight to Sunday. We'll keep the highs in the upper 80s, even low 90s in some spots. Partly cloudy, warm and humid with more chances of rain on Sunday with a high of 83. And we'll keep the rounds of rain going into Monday and Tuesday. Highs in the upper 70s and low 80s. I'm meteorologist Brendan Johnson with the Storm Team forecast on WTMJ.
At 7:13, it's 69 degrees. Yeah, so the weather, obviously we'll keep our eyes on that truck, but it looks like they may have gotten an update on that. Now it looks like they may have been able to get some movement on that truck. We'll get an update on Adam Roberts on that. But as far as the weather goes, just pay attention to that. It sounds like the central part of the state could get some pretty nasty, heavy rain, kind of what we saw, or at least something akin to what we saw last weekend. And there's some concern, or at least some wonderment, if you will, as to whether or not that could track. So it's possible we might get clipped. So that's why Brandon is saying, hey, just be aware of the weather situation as far as the heavy rain we might get.
And there's a lot of potential rain in the forecast, too. We're looking at tonight through Tuesday.
So we're going to check in with WDTMJ's Craig Coplain, meteorologist. Craig Coplain is going to join us in a couple hours, and we'll check in with him at 9:10 to have him walk through exactly what's happening with the weather. As far as this broken down garbage truck, Adam, do we have great news to report?
We have excellent news to report, Erik. It looks like whatever had broken this truck down was not going to keep it from moving. They have gotten the truck out. In fact, it's completely gone. It's not even on the right shoulder. It's not been pushed over. It's just gone. The whole thing is just gone, and we have both lanes now open, so we really should start to see these delays clear up here momentarily.
So do we think this was just a gas issue?
I have no idea. So, I didn't see anything on the road that would indicate like a leak or any sort of debris or anything like that. It was just the truck that was sitting down.
Great news. All right, that's fantastic. It's gone. It's 7:15. We got sports in a minute.
If you've ever worried about your heart, if you've ever loved someone with heart disease, if you've ever wondered if you're the one at risk, let's remind ourselves that we are not powerless. Because at the Froedtert and the Medical College of Wisconsin Health Network, we're pushing to outsmart heart and vascular disease by working with you personally to understand your history, assess your risks, and guide you to heart strength. By digging deep with tireless research and offering access to leading-edge clinical trials, And for the most serious conditions, including heart failure, heart valve disease, arrhythmias, and vascular diseases, we provide renowned expertise and the most advanced life-saving procedures you expect from academic medicine. So let's get out in front of heart disease. Let's outsmart it. Let's keep pushing so that every one of us can outrun it and embrace every beautiful day life in Wisconsin has to offer. To learn more about our nationally renowned heart and vascular care, visit freighter.com/heart.
Make your first lawn move with the reliable performance and power of Steel battery tools. Hedge trimmers, mowers, string trimmers, and more. Shop in-store or online at steeldealers.com.
Find furniture for life from Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
Ray, people will come for burgers, Ray. They'll come to Milwaukee for reasons they can't even fathom.
All right, that one doesn't work. We need to find a better one. I don't know. There's got to be a better one than that. So, yes, the Brewers Hollywood movie continues. By the way, think about that for a second as far as the Brewers Hollywood movie goes. Think about all the things that have happened this year. Starting with the fact that they had that terrible start. They had no pitchers. They were scrambling. Everyone was hurt. That's just the first month of the season. And think of everything that's happened since then. This is a Hollywood movie that's basically writing itself. Now back to the team. They are looking for 13 in a row tonight. That would tie a franchise record. They're in Cincinnati taking on the Reds, and this is the start of a long stretch. They don't have an off day till September 2nd, so lots of games. Brewers Senior VP and General Manager Matt Arnold joined us for Brewers 360. He said they're working to keep everyone as fresh as they can.
We want to try to see what we can do to be rested going into the Cubs series. We want to try to obviously do what we can in that Cubs series that we think we're capable of, and then you're trying to cover, I think it's 30 games in 31 days, and make sure that we're rested, hopefully for a strong run in into October. And so there's a lot of things that we're trying to optimize for every single day.
So one of the questions tonight is who's pitching. Right now they haven't really declared anybody, and we know that they want to have Jacob Mizorowski pitching against the Cubs. So maybe he comes in tonight to get some innings? Just speculating. I have nothing to suggest that yet. I haven't checked in with all of our reporters yet, but he's not scheduled to pitch tomorrow. Quinn Priester's on the hill. Then you also have Jose Quintana on Sunday. So maybe they try to get him a couple of innings or something before Wrigley, but we'll see. So anyway, nothing yet to be determined there. The Packers take on the Colts preseason game number 2 tomorrow at noon. Quarterback Jordan Love will not play. You assume he's not going to play until the start of the season. This after having surgery on his non-throwing hand, a ligament issue on his left thumb. Coach Matt LaFleur.
Surgery went well, and he's in great spirits, and he's here with us. So, yeah, now it's just about putting in the work to get the thumb rehabbed.
In fact, LaFleur says he expects Love to even get some practice in next week.
I wouldn't say it right away, but we anticipate there'll be some sort of participation next week.
It's interesting because Love kind of said, he told the paper and told reporters afterward yesterday that, yeah, you know what, he probably wouldn't have had the surgery if this was week 4 or something like that. If it was the middle of the season, probably wouldn't have had it. So he's pretty confident that with the time off here, he should be getting up to speed. Plus, he'll be able to kind of hang with the team and do all that. So sounds like now is the time to do it, and he should recover. It is 7:19.
Oh, people will come, Ray. People will most definitely come. For free George Webb burgers.
When's the last time you hopped out of bed without that knee or your back just aching? Or you walked down a flight of stairs without groaning, step by step, right? When's the last time you felt good? The pain never disappears, nothing changes, and you just kind of tough it out. WDTMJ's Erik Bilstad here for QC Kinetics. Well, the time is now to set up your free consultation with the pros at QC Kinetics. Their regenerative treatments help restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Natural cellular therapies that can help you. There's no knives, no pills, just long-term relief with no dreaded recovery. You can set up a consultation for free, and you can bring your x-rays and your old MRIs for a no-pressure chat and a thorough evaluation. Call QC Kinetics. Worst case, you learn something new. Best case, you get your life back. Call QC Kinetics today, 414-285-3474. That's 414-285-3474. Call QC Kinetics today.
So, Alex, why don't you tell us about Lion's Tail?
We've been brewing for 10 years, and now we're busy expanding into Milwaukee, trying to get on every shelf of every store and on tap at every restaurant.
How has Horicon Bank been a part of your story?
Horicon Bank understands the needs of small businesses versus working with a big bank. Horicon, they're much like a small business, just like we are. I know most of the people on that team. It's nice working with someone that understands your business.
Imagine that unbelievable new deck in your backyard. Outdoor Living Unlimited is Wisconsin's #1 TimberTech deck builder. Building new decks and replacing old ones, creating that $1 million feeling every time you relax in your own backyard. Looking for a company to make your backyard scream wow? Stop by Outdoor Living Unlimited's resourceful Waukesha showroom and visit OutdoorLivingUnlimited.com.
7:21 on a Friday. Good morning, Adam Roberts.
Good morning, Erik and Michelle. So again, some good news on the hail. As you head north to 894, we had a garbage truck that was blocking traffic earlier. That has been taken care of. The truck apparently able on its own power to just get up and go. So that's the good news. We do still have some delays that are going to be from that point back just east of 124th Street on 43 heading east towards 894. So be mindful, it will still be just a touch slow, but the delays are starting to work themselves out right now. Elsewhere, just a little bit of light volume, 894 heading west from about Loomis over towards Forest Home, a little tap on the brakes there, and some volume starting to pick up a bit on 4145 south from about just north of Capitol Drive down past North Avenue. I'm Adam Roberts with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Mostly sunny and warm for your Friday with a high of 85. A chance of showers and storms begins tonight. Partly cloudy, a low of 72. Saturday, partly cloudy, very warm, humid. A chance of rain and storms, a high of 88. Sunday, partly cloudy, very warm and humid. A chance of storms continues, 83 for your high. Monday, a chance of showers and storms, partly sunny, 81. And Tuesday, that chance of showers and storms continues and 78 for your high.
Your forecast sponsored by Dave Drake Camp Heating. Wisconsin's Morning News, Erik Bilstad along with Michelle Richards. Vince returns on Monday. Hey, FYI, I know that there are vouchers that are going to be given out starting today at a lot of the George Webbs ahead of next Wednesday's big giveaway. Wednesday's the big giveaway for the hamburgers. Not everyone may have them at the same time. WTMJ Sandy Max has been working the phones for us, and not every George Webb location may have the voucher when you show up. They're supposed to all get them today. Some might not get them till noon. Others may, just so please be patient with that and don't scream at the person if they don't have a voucher yet. So a lot of these managers are getting a little antsy because they're hearing the media say, yep, everyone's got a voucher, and this is a quick rollout. There's a lot going on there, so you just got to be patient a little bit there.
And also don't call 911.
Yes, and especially if you're in Brookfield, please do not call 911. That would not be necessary. Moving on, an area around here, a family in Milwaukee, telling a harrowing story that has led them to lead a fundraising effort for Children's Wisconsin. Pretty incredible. It's Matt and Amy Schmidt. They're the owners of Water Street Brewery. They say they will forever be grateful for the world-class care they got their son, who their son received right here in our backyard.
I made the brilliant decision to cook bacon for breakfast. I thought I was going to be a great dad. The bacon grease was left over. I decided to put it in a bowl in the kitchen, and Cam, being a very active, almost 2-year-old, came over to the counter, grabbed the bowl, spilled all over his chest. One of the scariest things I've ever dealt with. He was screaming like crazy, like any kid could.
I was in the other room, and I heard a crash and a scream, and I ran into the kitchen, and he's shaking, he's crying.
He was wearing one of those onesies that 1- and 2-year-olds wear that, they kind of keep him warm, and because he had just woken up for the day kind of. And I remember the bacon grease sticking to the onesie and then on top of his chest. And it was almost like I didn't want to take it off because I didn't want to see what was underneath.
We immediately got in the car, but we were at a loss of what to do.
Your instincts say, get him help right away. So what we did was we jumped in the car, and brought him to a hospital closer to our house. And he is obviously very upset. He's being burned. He's in like his PJs, and the grease is like sticking to his chest.
Eventually went to Children's, and it was just, from the moment we walked in the door, we felt the calm, the staff, they're so calm.
At this time, Amy and I are beside ourselves. We're crying. We don't know what to do. But immediately the nurses made us feel really calm.
I remember they wheeled him away to go to have a little procedure done on his chest. And it was on his chin a little bit, too. He had a tiny little bit of scarring, or a little burn there, too. And, they took him away, and we just, we dissolved. We were so upset.
One of the things the doctor did right away was tell us that, we don't have long-term concerns. There might be a little bit of scarring, but overall, this could have been a lot worse. We probably saw half a dozen nurses come through, and I think the other word that I'd use is like confidence. They give parents confidence that things are going to be okay, and that helps you put your mind at ease. Despite 5-6 nurses coming in, they all knew his name. Mm-hmm. They all knew what he had been through. They knew what the next step was, and that gives you a lot of confidence as a parent that they know what's going on, they know how to fix it, and everything's going to be okay. That's, I think, a unique thing for Children's as well.
It's just so many special individuals that work there. They deal with this, and they know how to make parents and children feel at ease.
We're so glad that we ended up there, and they took great care of him. We have this great picture of him in the hospital with a teddy bear and his bandages on, and he's doing great to this day.
Awesome stuff. Restaurants across Wisconsin have been joining together, and they will do so next Thursday for a Do Good with Food. It raises money for Children's. Get more information on that. Just text the word food to the WDTMJ Siding Unlimited talk and text line 855-616-1620. Food. Thanks to Mercure for putting that together. And they're so right. We've spent a lot of time, my family has at Children's, even last week, and when you work with the staff, talk to the staff, they're just amazing, amazing people. They make everyone feel like $1 million. They make your kid feel like $1 million at the worst times. It's pretty awesome. News about your money, the WDTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. An hour from the bell, the futures, the Dow is up, the S&P futures up, the NASDAQ down before we get to the last day of trading of the week. AnnexWealthManagement.com is the website. It's financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth.
It's summer now, but you know what's coming down the pike? Yup, cold weather and high heating bills. Gene Miller here, and now is a great time to order new windows from my friends at Hometown Windows and Doors. With national brands like Anderson, Pella, Marvin, and Softlight, Hometown can offer replacement windows that fit every home, style, and budget. Whether you're looking for wood, Fibrex, fiberglass, or vinyl, Hometown has a product for you. August is Marvin month. Call or stop in to win a Yeti cooler. That's Hometown with an E for your every window and door need. Visit hometownwindows.com today.
Buying a new roof might not be the most exciting thing you'll do this year, but for us at Big Fish Contracting, being chosen to do that roof for you not only provides income for multiple families in southeastern Wisconsin, but has a global reach and impact around the world. To us, it's more than just a roof. We've been earning trust for over 2 decades, roofing, siding, windows, and more. Go to bigfishcontracting.com to learn how Big Fish is renovating homes and redeeming an industry.
Without an Advent clinic nearby, people suffering needlessly from chronic nasal congestion and sinus infections would be stuck with either Band-Aid or Sledgehammer solutions. Band-Aids are pills or nasal sprays, and they're not true solutions. Surgery is a sledgehammer, and that's what we're trying to avoid. Because most people don't need surgery for nose and sinus issues, nor do they want a 14-day recovery. Our unique Advent approach can, in 20 minutes in our office, open your blocked nose for good, with only 1-day recovery. I'm Advent founder Dr. Kandula. Outside of Advent's 4 walls, invasive surgery is what they'll recommend. But here you will find effective and convenient in-office solutions to help you stop the need for Band-Aids and avoid the sledgehammer.
Go to adventknows.com to schedule your appointment, because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better. Most insurance accepted.
Delays have mostly worked themselves out in the hail where we had this earlier broken down garbage truck. You'll still just be tapping the brakes a little bit as you go through there. 894 west from Loomis over to Forest Home, just a couple extra minutes on your ride from the Mitchell to the hail, and a little bit of light volume on 4145 north from Swan Boulevard up towards Burleigh. I'm Adam Roberts with your WTMJ Time Saver traffic.
Sunny and warm today, a high of 85. Could see some storms possible tonight, a low of 72.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. President Trump now on his way to Anchorage for the summit with Russian President Vladimir Putin on Ukraine. ABC's Martha Raddatz says Ukrainian President Zelensky isn't holding out for much hope as he remains sidelined.
Zelensky and European allies have been deeply concerned about this meeting. After all, it is Zelensky's country that was invaded. And of course, that war is deeply affecting Europe right next door. As we know, in the past, Trump has shocked Western allies when he sided with Putin over Russian interference in the election. That was in 2018.
Attorney General Pam Bondi putting the head of the DEA in charge of Washington, D.C.'s police force. The mayor says that's unlawful. She is vowing to pursue legal options. Heavy rains expected in Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands as Tropical Storm Erin approaches the northeastern Caribbean. It's expected to strengthen into a hurricane sometime today. An attempt at redistricting by California Democrats now to counter the move by Texas Republicans. This is ABC News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:31.
Flood cleanup, of course, continuing in southeast Wisconsin. In Milwaukee County, damage estimates have already exceeded $20 million. In Waukesha County, it's at least $4.5 million. That number likely to go up. The impact could have been even worse for millions of Wisconsinites if not for the Milwaukee Metropolitan Sewerage District. Bill Graffin with MMSD tells Wisconsin's Midday News just how much water circulated through the sewage pipes over the weekend.
We started the overflow at 9:55 on Saturday night, and after that decision was made, we had another 4 to 5 inches of rain, almost doubled from what was in the system or on the ground before midnight.
Graffin says MMSD still has more improvement projects in the works, like removing concrete channels from the Kinnickinnic River.
Pay raises for state workers. Governor Tony Evers is implementing a pay bump for state employees over the next 2 years. The biennial budget authorizes a 3% raise this year and a 2% raise in 2026. Eligible workers who have been employed since the end of June will see the raise starting in September, including lump sum back pay from June 29th.
President Trump is nominating a federal prosecutor from Milwaukee to fill a seat on the U.S. Court of Appeals in Wisconsin. In a post on social media, the president named Rebecca Tibelson to serve as judge for the 7th Circuit. If Tibelson's confirmed by the U.S. Senate, she would take the seat held by Diane Sykes, who plans to step down from active service this fall.
A man from Milwaukee rode his motorcycle 5,000 miles to Alaska, and now he's back home raising awareness about pancreatic cancer. Dan Winkleman is supporting the Sina Magowitz Foundation, which funds and connects survivors from across the globe. Winkleman tells WTMJ about this weekend's event at American Family Field.
It's going to be the largest gathering of survivors. And then along with that comes all of the caregivers, all of the pancreas cancer surgeons and oncologists, and a lot of people from Frederick Hospital and Medical College of Wisconsin will gather there along with survivors and donors. And it's just one great event.
The Power of Us runs August 15th through 17th.
A feel-good celebration at the West Dallas Recreation Center.
The West Dallas West Milwaukee Recreation and Community Services Center hit another milestone for their RAD program. RAD stands for Recreational Adult Day Program for people with disabilities over the age of 18. Adaptive Recreation Specialist Katie Lindgren tells WTMJ.
So this event was kind of really focusing on our community who helped make this possible for us to purchase the Universal Changing Table. We raised $6,400. So it was kind of a day of our participants being able to talk about what the work means to them and being able to show it off to our community that came in.
The center is looking for community input on their next project. Elizabeth Linton, WTMJ News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:34.
Traffic sponsored by Holtebeck Eye Center in Brookfield. Visit holtebeck.com.
Holtebeck Eye Center in Brookfield makes vision care a top priority. They are your premium provider for eye care and corrective eye surgeries. Learn more at holtebeck.com.
Coming up, what would lead all of these McDonald's fans to raid the store if it had nothing to do with the food? That's coming up next. News is sponsored by Griffin Ford and Griffin's Hub Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram.
$1 doesn't buy much unless you're spending it at Griffin. For just $1 over cost, you can buy brand new tires from us. This is Jim Griffin. Any major brand, $1 over our cost with free tire repair and lifetime rotation. We'll even show you the invoice to prove it. Our only requirements, we put them on for you. Buy one or the whole set. The dollar deal from Griffin. Milwaukee, Waukesha, Fort Atkinson, and Jefferson. Griffin, the buck stops here. The deals on tires don't. That's Griffin.
Not combinable with other tire offers.
We see you out there, making the most of every moment, one big, bright idea at a time. At Blaine's, we're glad to be part of it by offering best-in-class products and solutions at unbeatable farm and fleet prices. Like men's and women's area jeans, 25% off, $5 off men's Dickies jeans starting at $24.99, and 20-inch Beyond Breeze box fans, $18.99 while supplies last. Rewards members save an extra $3. Find value on the things you value. Blaine's Farm and Fleet. Be an original.
Bank 5-9 has a mission to make lives better. They make it a priority to give back to their customers, communities, and their employees. In fact, Bank 5-9 was just honored again by the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel as a top workplace. That makes 16 years in a row. Want to learn more about working with the great people at Bank 5-9? Visit bank59.com/careers. Equal Opportunity Employer, member FDIC.
Hey, WTMJ's John Burke here. Consider joining us Saturdays at 1 o'clock for Experience Wisconsin. I love the show because it really highlights all the great things that are wonderful in our awesome state. Especially during the summer, it's fun. We're going to spin you around the state. This week, we head north. It's the Northwoods and Rhinelander. That's going to be a really fun conversation. And a new dog park comes to downtown Milwaukee. We'll have that discussion with Milwaukee Downtown. It's Experience Wisconsin, Saturdays at 1, right here on 620 WTMJ.
Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ News Time, 7:37.
Could we soon be nearing the return of The Miz? That story at 7:45.
So maybe I live under a rock, but I didn't know Pokemon was still such a big deal. But wasn't it a while ago where, people were just walking around downtown, villages, towns, wherever, and playing the Pokemon game or whatever?
Oh, right. Yes, because you could go to different spots and geofence and do all that. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I don't know. That's the last I heard about all this Pokemon craziness, but apparently it's not over. In Japan, it's so bad. So McDonald's was running a promotion. They were selling Happy Meals, basically, with a chance for a limited edition Pokemon card, which could be worth lots and lots of money. So what happens? People just show up, they buy all these Happy Meals and raid them basically for the cards.
All right, but that sounds all right. You're selling all your stuff.
Sure, but then they're just leaving their food on counters and tables inside the restaurant, outside the restaurant, like garbage everywhere. There are videos out there with just people not eating the food. It was supposed to be a 3-day promotion, and McDonald's shut it down after one day, saying, we're not for wasting our food.
You got to be smarter than that, though. You got to know, especially in Japan, Pokemon is huge. And it's huge here, too, in many areas. If you don't,
breaking news to Michelle over there.
But especially in Japan. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. And these meals cost $3, $4,
so
they're just spending all their money raiding.
Wow.
And now they're turning around, and if they have these cards that are rare or whatever, they're turning around and selling them on eBay for
of course, right?
Boku bucks.
That's what you do. All right, so that's not coming here then, probably, right?
I don't think we're going to do that.
Dang, 7:38. This portion of the show is sponsored by Annex Wealth Management's Money Talk. It's heard Saturdays at 10 right here on WTMJ.
According to the Census Bureau, more than 12,000 Americans are turning 65 each day. It's a surge they call Peak 65, the highest number in history. 65 is traditional retirement age because it matches up with Medicare, but Gallup found 61 is the average retirement age. Some Annex clients retire early, but we also have clients working at 70 because they love what they do. You know why? Because they've got plans built by fee-only fiduciaries, plans custom-tailored to their lifestyle. They identified their wants and needs, and we went to work building investment, retirement, tax, and estate plans in their best interest. Proper retirement planning doesn't start the week before you retire. Having a focused plan built by our in-house teams will go a long way in helping you reach the retirement you desire. It all starts with the conversation you probably already have in the back of your mind. It's time to put that into action and contact Annex. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Visit annexwealth.com and click the Get Started button.
Lake Geneva. It's where families have been making memories around the water for generations. Lakeside resorts and spas, award-winning restaurants, and charming shops are just the beginning of an unforgettable summer getaway. Lake cruises, boating, and beach lounging let you soak up the sun, water, and family time. Hike a lakeshore path, stargaze from an iconic observatory, or soar above it all in a hot air balloon. Go ziplining, visit an animal safari, or see dancing horses. Start making your memories today at visitlakegeneva.com.
Paying you to live more comfortably. A deal you do not want to pass up. Vince Vetrano for USA Insulation. They will insulate your walls from the exterior. No disruption inside your home. Blow and loose fiberglass in the attic, plus air seal everything. Most homeowners feeling a difference within 24 to 48 hours. And with government rebates, you could save 40 to 60% or more. No work for you to do. USA Insulation will process everything. Visit usainsulation.net. Start saving today.
USA Insulation.
741, happy Friday to you, Adam Roberts.
Same to you, Erik and Michelle. Right now, got some volume on 4145 from Appleton Avenue down to Capitol Drive heading south. Will be an extra couple of minutes on your ride from Highway Q down through to the zoo. Also, northbound from Watertown Plank Road up past Burleigh will be a tight go as well through that construction zone. We do have the left shoulder still blocked. We had an earlier crash on 43 North near Keefe heading out of downtown Milwaukee. That crash has been cleared. It was in the right lane a while ago. That's now free and clear. However, we do still have some work being done on the shoulder. Looks like some squads are out there now dealing with this. So just a little bit slow as you work your way past that point and then head north on 43 up to Capitol. I'm Adam Roberts with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
The WTMJ 5-day forecast for today, sunny and warm, temperatures topping out in the mid-80s. We'll look for a chance of showers and storms tonight, partly cloudy with lows in the lower 70s. It's partly cloudy, warm and humid for our Saturday. We'll look for a chance of showers and storms early in the morning and then again late in the evening, overnight into Sunday. Highs in the upper 80s and low 90s. The chance of rain continues into Sunday, high at 83, and we'll look for more rounds of rain and thunderstorms Monday and Tuesday with highs in the upper 70s and low 80s. I'm meteorologist Brendan Johnson with the Storm Team forecast on WTMJ.
69 degrees at 742. Coming up in about 10 minutes, we'll check in with Jason Wilde. He's in for Tauscher today as the Packers prepare to take on the Colts. Preseason game number 2 happening today. That's Air Force One. Wheels up this morning from Joint Base Andrews, heading to Alaska, where President Trump will meet with his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin later today. It'll be about 2:30 Central Time for us here in Wisconsin. Now, the visit comes with some potential talks on the war, but perhaps there are other agenda items as well, says ABC's Mary Bruce.
Putin now says he has other goals from this meeting that go beyond the war in Ukraine, that he wants to discuss nuclear arms control. The Kremlin saying trade and economic cooperation will also be on the agenda. Trump admitting he thinks there's a 25% chance the meeting fails. But if it doesn't, he says he wants to quickly bring Putin and Zelensky together, possibly even bring Zelensky here to Alaska.
No matter what happens today. Now, the president has said that if it's a successful meeting, they'll hold a news conference together afterwards. If he holds a news conference by himself, he means to say that it's not going to be as successful. But no matter what happens, ABC's Martha Raddatz says Putin kind of gets a W from this.
The Western world has been isolating Putin since he invaded Ukraine more than 3 years ago. So this is the first time an American president has met with Putin since then. So that alone is a win for Putin. And the fact that President Zelensky is not here at Putin's insistence is also a win for Putin.
So what goes into planning for a meeting like this? How do you go about that process? We'll dig into that after 8 o'clock here on Wisconsin's Morning News. We have sports in 1 minute.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
The 2025 Metro Builders Association Parade of Homes presented by Nuns. See 12 new homes by MBA builders in 2 Menominee Falls neighborhoods, Quietwood and Bella Vista Estates. See the latest new home designs, grand finishes, and cutting-edge features in convenient subdivision locations that offer exciting opportunities to build your dream home. Don't miss the Metro Builders Association Parade of Homes, August 9th through September 1st. For tickets and hours, visit mbaparadeofhomes.com today.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
The red-hot Milwaukee Brewers, fresh off their win to get us all some free burgers, head to Cincinnati starting tonight as they look to make it 13 in a row. That would tie the franchise record set back in 1987. Remember that when they started the season 13-0. So who is on the mound tonight? If you look, Quinn Priester's already set to start tomorrow. Jose Quintana on Sunday. So who is on the mound tonight? It's TBD, but it makes you wonder if maybe could the Miz make a return sooner than later? We know that Jacob Mizorowski is expected to pitch against the Cubs next week. That's a huge series in Chicago. So do you maybe get him a couple of innings before that? We did ask Matt Arnold, the senior VP and general manager of your Milwaukee Brewers, during Brewers 360. We asked him, what's the plan with the Miz?
Still trying to work through that. We want to make sure we're checking in with Miz and seeing how he's doing, but, we're still working through that decision. But, we've talked to all the guys, and look, we're going to have to make some tough decisions coming up because we've had contributions from everybody, both on the offensive side and on the pitching side. And so, there's a chance we have to make a tough decision coming up to activate Miz. But at the same time, the guys are ready for it.
So nothing yet. We haven't heard anything yet. But, yeah, they're going to have to make some moves. Obviously, there'd have to be a roster move if they bring Mizorowski back from his IL stint. Remember, he got beamed by a ball when they were playing the Cubs back at AmFam a couple of weeks ago. And they're kind of saving some innings, so he is good to go. It's more of a innings audit, if you will. The Packers take on the Colts in preseason game number 2. That's noon tomorrow. We do know that already that Jordan Love is out for the rest of camp as he deals with that thumb surgery. We'll get more details from Jason Wilde coming up in that. We want to end you with this, though. It was 1987. It was Easter Sunday, and it was the first of 3 times the Brewers would win 12 in a row. I wanted to give you a little bit of uke on this Friday. Here you go.
Gantner, there he goes. The pitch, a swing and a fly ball, right field and deep. Get up and get out of here. Gone for Swaim, and they've done it again. 12 in a row on a 2-run blast by Swaim to win it. Oh, my goodness. Holy cow. Do you believe it?
Do you believe it? That was Euchre back in 1987, Easter Sunday, as they walked it off. That would be 12 in a row. Oh, by the way, and speaking of George Webb's, Sandy Max has been working this for us. Not everyone might have a voucher available yet because there's an opportunity to get a voucher for the free burger to kind of help settle things down next week during the big giveaway.
So not the entire city is showing up
yes.
between 2 and 6 next Wednesday.
And she talked to a couple of managers. Not every place has the vouchers yet. They're getting them today. So if you end up going to one of the George Webb's and they don't have them yet, please understand that it's just a process. They're trying to get that out to everybody. So not the end of the world. Still be able to get your voucher. Just may not happen today, depending on which George Webb's you go to. 7:48. Jason Wilde in for Tausch next.
ESPN Wisconsin's Mark Tauscher here with a refreshing offer for a bath or shower remodel from Kohler Services. And this month only, get 0 interest financing for 12 months and a free shower door with your Lugstone shower remodel. My new friend Chris from Oostburg is one of their skilled installers who demos your existing bath or shower, removes it, and disposes it before installing your brand new dream shower. Visit KohlerServicesWI.com to request your free quote with fast professional installation always included. That's KohlerServicesWI.com.
From the biggest stars to the greatest moments, Behind the Bucks is Bucks history like you've never heard it before. It's all on Behind the Bucks on the Bucks Plus audio network. Behind the Bucks is presented by Gallagher, your trusted insurance broker and HR and benefits consultant. Available now on bucks.com/plus, the Bucks app, the new ESPN Wisconsin app, and wherever you get podcasts.
Are you worried about running out of money in retirement? Wondering about how to pay less taxes? Join me, Tony Drake, for the Retirement Ready Show live every Saturday at noon and Sunday at 7 a.m. on WTMJ 620 or 103.3 FM. We'll talk about smart strategies to help you retire with confidence. Don't miss it.
Drake & Associates LLC is an independent investment advisory firm that offers a variety of different investment vehicles. This commercial is provided for informational purposes only and should not be construed as individual investment advice. Drake & Associates LLC does not provide legal or tax advice. Past performance is not indicative of future performance.
Traffic is sponsored by Angela Calais and Benefit Realty.
At Benefit Realty, pay only 3.5 to 3.9% real estate commission and get all the service that you should. Benefit Realty, you pay less for full service. Benefit-realty.com.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
7:50, traffic and weather on a Friday. Well, now things had to have gotten a little bit better, right, Adam?
Right, Eric. Everything is good. If you're referring to that situation we had in the hail earlier with that garbage truck, yeah, it's perfect now. All those delays have cleared themselves up. It is free-flowing on your connection from 43 north to 894. We do have some typical morning volume now starting to build up on 4145, anywhere between Appleton Avenue all the way down to Watertown Plank Road, either north or south. You'll have pockets of slow traffic all the way through. Also northbound on 43 from Fond du Lac Avenue up to about Keefe. We had this earlier crash in the right lane. It's now on the shoulder, but people are still slowly passing by this. Also on 894 out of the Mitchell heading west towards Forest Home. Just a little bit of volume through there as well. I'm Adam Roberts with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Mostly sunny and warm today with a high of 85. Then we are keeping an eye on some more possible showers and storms starting tonight. Partly cloudy skies, a low of 72. Saturday, partly cloudy, very warm and humid, a chance of rain and storms, a high of 88. Sunday, partly cloudy, very warm and humid, a chance of storms, a high of 83. Monday, chance of showers and storms, a high of 81. And Tuesday, like a broken record, chance of showers and storms, but it'll cool down to 78.
Your forecast sponsored by Dave Drake Camp Heating, your comfort, their family's tradition. Toss is off. Jason Wilde is in from ESPN Wisconsin. Jason, big game tomorrow, preseason game number 2, Packers and Colts. So much to talk to you about. Should we start with Jordan Love? He had the surgery, so now he just kind of protects his hand while still trying to learn the offense?
Did you, Eric, did you just say big game tomorrow?
Right.
Yes, huge. A lot on the line. Big one. Yeah. I mean, look, in all seriousness, it's a big game for guys, and this is why I love the preseason when a lot of people don't. It is a big game for guys who are trying to make the team, right?
Yeah.
Who are trying to keep their NFL dream alive. So I don't want to be dismissive of it for them, but like, look, I'm here, these are very big shoes to fill, which I apparently have been filling a lot lately, by the way,
Yeah, I've noticed that.
for the big fella. But this is the kind of insight that I'm here to deliver for the Wisconsin Morning News crowd. This is the analysis that they pay me the big bucks for. If the Packers have to play a game this season without Jordan Love and without 5 of their 6 top receivers, they're cooked, because that's a pretty tough thing to overcome. And yesterday's joint practice that they had in Indy was indicative of that. Like, they just weren't very good offensively against the Colts' number 1 defense. Malik Willis struggled. I'm guessing that this is what it's going to look like to some degree tomorrow afternoon. I think they're playing at noon, which is
early,
very unusual for preseason football. So, look, to me, obviously, as you mentioned, the headline is, Jordan Love was back with the team. He underwent the surgery on Tuesday in Los Angeles. They repaired his UCL ligament in his thumb, and he wouldn't have had this surgery had it happened during the season and would have forced him to miss games that count in the standings. But because they have enough time before the opener on September 7th, he went ahead with the surgery. He's in a cast now. The hope is he's able to do some things in practice next week, but this is the encouraging thing is that he will be ready for the opener. The concerning thing, which you kind of hinted at, is I don't know how you hit the ground running offensively when he's going to be limited for the next couple weeks, and you've got all these wide receivers missing time.
Yeah, because just even if one person was missing, it's hard to practice knowing that just Jordan Love is gone. But if all of your route runners are also sitting down, is anyone? I mean, Dobbs, wasn't that one more of a scare? Is Dobbs going to be all right?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that it's a little bit like Vince and Tausch being off. I mean, it's a good thing they have three people like us to be able to carry things and Pancake to organize it all. So LaFleur said yesterday that he actually thought Dobbs was going to practice and then got late word that he didn't. So it's a back issue for him. He did take kind of an awkward fall on Tuesday. I saw the play. I did not think in real time that it was that big of a deal, but then he stayed down for a little bit and then gingerly walked off the field with a trainer. So I thought there was a chance he wouldn't practice. But no, I think the feeling is all these guys, except for Christian Watson, who is going to start the season on the physically unable to perform list, which means he will miss at least the first 4 games coming back from the ACL. I think all those other guys should be good to go by the first game. But again, all this time they're missing together, it's not like they're playing, and look, I love, Whitefish Bay and Whitnall and all the great high schools in the Milwaukee area. But it's not like they're playing a couple of high school outfits to start the season. They're playing the Lions, and 5 days later, they're playing the Commanders.
Right.
One was in the NFC Championship game 2 years ago. One was in the NFC title game last year. It would be nice, if you're a Packers fan, to have the offense humming, and I think that's going to be hard to do.
What do these joint practices look like? Are the guys like glaring at each other and trash talking? Are the coaches butting heads?
That'd be awesome.
Or is it like, any industry where you kind of see a coworker or colleague and you're like, hey, how's it going?
It's kind of both. There are times when things do get heated. The first one of the LaFleur era was in 2019. The Houston Texans came to town, and Rodgers belly ached about it and talked about what a waste of time it was. But they did 2 days, and I think what most NFL coaches, familiarity breeds contempt, as the old saying goes. By day 2, things get chippy, and there was a safety that knocked one of the Packers wide receivers in a next week on a play. It was not pretty. So they've kind of decided it's a one-and-done type deal. You have the joint practice, you have a day off, and then you play the game against that team, and it's a little more productive. We'll see how it goes next week. We have the same pattern. The Seahawks come to town. They're going to do a joint practice on Thursday, and then they're going to play each other on Saturday.
All eyes on Indianapolis tomorrow. Packers.
Big game.
Colts at noon tomorrow. Jason, always appreciate you, buddy.
Happy to do it, Eric. All right, guys. Take care. Be good.
ESPN Wisconsin's Jason Wilde. Tausch is back next week. Tausch is always sponsored by Kohler Services and Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. 7:58.
These are your business headlines from the Milwaukee Business Journal.
George Webb Restaurants announced that it will be giving free burgers away on August 20th, thanks to the Brewers' 12th straight win on Wednesday. Customers can pick up vouchers for free hamburgers starting today. A former Dollar General in Milwaukee is planned to become a small grocery store and kitchen. The new tenant plans to feature a Chester's Chicken restaurant. Despite severe weather and flooding at the state fairgrounds, next weekend's IndyCar race will proceed as scheduled, kicking off on August 23rd. The Milwaukee Mile racetrack didn't sustain any damage in last weekend's storm. I'm Josh Darrow for MilwaukeeBusinessJournal.com on 620 WTMJ.
James Imaging Systems, your local document imaging partner. JamesImaging.com.
Modernizing business technology is critical for a positive impact on efficiency and reducing operating costs. That's exactly what Tri-City National Bank found out when they called on James Imaging Systems. Listen to Bank CIO Robert Prang.
We also went through a large retooling of our print environment, changing from where we had almost 200 printers.
All the way down to just 97 printers. That's Managed Print Services from James Imaging Systems, a 100% locally owned and managed Wisconsin business technology company.
So being able to work with a local company like James that has that flexibility with their staff and being able to deliver for us has given us the ability to make the right decisions for our organization.
Robert, would you recommend Managed Print Services from James Imaging Systems?
Yes, in a heartbeat, I would recommend James.
Learn more at JamesImaging.com. James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner.
WTMJ's Erik Bilstad here for Tri-County Contracting. You've heard about Tri-County Contracting and their worry-free roof tune-up. You've heard about their instant roof quote. But don't forget, Tri-County Contracting also handles windows. Our project at my home moving right along right now, and the process has been so easy and thorough. It's nice when you can trust the team you're working with and know that they are looking out for you. Tri-County Contracting, WI.com. It's worry-free roofing, siding, and also windows. Tri-County Contracting, WI.com.
As the kiddos get ready to get back to school, you can find really great back-to-school savings at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores. School supplies and some surprisingly cool clothing, too. And teachers, you get an additional discount. Get the best back-to-school bargains at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
You're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul. Alleviate your pain, rejuvenate your life.
Rejuvenex.com. This is why you love the game.
Fly ball to deep right. It is back. Soto back. Out of here.
The Brewers head to Cincinnati to take on the Reds.
Who's writing this thing?
Our Brewers Radio Network game day coverage starts tonight at 5:05.
Freaking believable.
From the home of the Brewers, News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
.801, this is Wisconsin's Morning News for Friday, August 15th. I'm Erik Bilstad. Our top story, the president en route to Alaska.
I'm Michelle Richards. A local theater company deals with major flood damage in Tosa.
I'm Adam Roberts. Volume a little heavy now on 94 East from 13th all the way through to the stadium. Couple extra minutes on your ride from the Marquette over to the zoo. Northbound 4145 from Watertown Plank Road up to Burleigh is a touch slow, as is 4145 south from Appleton Avenue down towards Capitol Drive. And out of downtown Milwaukee on 43 north from Fond du Lac Avenue up towards Keefe will be a touch slow. Had an earlier crash blocking the shoulder. Looks like that has been taken care of. I'm Adam Roberts with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Sunny and warm today, a high of 85 tonight. There is a chance for showers and storms. Got to keep an eye on the forecast through the weekend. There's a few chances for a lot of humidity and chances for rain. Right now at 8:02, it is 69 degrees. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, President Trump lifting off on Air Force One, heading to Alaska, where he will meet his Russian counterpart, Vladimir Putin, later today. The president speaking on board Air Force One just moments ago.
We get along. There's a good respect level on both sides, and I think, something's going to come of it. I noticed he's bringing a lot of business people from Russia, and that's good. I like that because they want to do business, but they're not doing business until we get the war settled.
So the president and Vladimir Putin will discuss the war in Ukraine at this summit in Anchorage, but Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky will not be there.
Frankly, the mood here is somber. Hope for peace in the country is tempered by bitter experience. You have these nightly Russian attacks that terrorize the country. There were more Russian attacks overnight, more Ukrainian attacks in Russia as well, and Ukrainian forces are stretched dangerously thin as Russia advances slowly on the battlefield.
That's ABC's Ian Pennell. He's in Kyiv. The summit today will take place around 2:30 Central Time.
Authorities remain on scene for a water rescue this morning at South Shore Beach in Milwaukee.
We have a report of a subject in water.
The call came in around 5 this morning. The Milwaukee County Medical Examiner has not been called to the scene as of this time.
As flood recovery efforts continue across southeast Wisconsin, in Tosa, more than 75,000 unique props, costumes, and set pieces have been destroyed at the Milwaukee Repertory Theater's production facility. Executive Director Chad Bauman on WTMJ's What's on Tap.
We have $5 million worth of flood insurance. If you would have asked me 2 days ago, I would have said that would have been adequate. I think today we're figuring out as each day passes that we have many more damages than what we thought. And my guess is that we will actually exceed that limit.
Bauman says the upcoming shows this fall and winter will go on as planned.
State workers in Wisconsin are getting a pay raise.
Governor Tony Evers is implementing a pay bump for state employees over the next 2 years. The biennial budget authorizes a 3% raise this year and a 2% raise in 2026. Eligible workers who have been employed since the end of June will see the 3% raise starting in September, including lump sum back pay from June 29th. Pay adjustment typically requires another approval by the legislature's Joint Committee on Employment Relations, but a state Supreme Court ruling last year ruled that the governor does not need approval to spend apportioned funding. Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
Homeless camps are being cleared out in Washington, D.C. amid a federal takeover of city police forces. News Nation's Tom Dempsey.
The National Homeless Law Center says 62 encampments could be targeted by federal law enforcement in this operation. Police threw out tents and cleared a camp near the Kennedy Center on Thursday. Homeless advocates also tell News Nation that special emergency beds are being set up for homeless people coming into shelters, with an influx of those homeless people expected as part of this crackdown on homelessness here in D.C.
The White House says those who refuse to leave encampments will be susceptible to fines or to jail time. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 8:05. Coming up, a U.S. state takes on a video game in court.
So, Alex, why don't you tell us about Lion's Tail?
We've been brewing for 10 years, and now we're busy expanding into Milwaukee, trying to get on every shelf of every store and on tap at every restaurant.
How has Horicon Bank been a part of your story?
Horicon Bank understands the needs of small businesses versus working with a big bank. Horicon, they're much like a small business, just like we are. I know most of the people on that team. It's nice working with someone that understands your business.
Analyzing the news from the perspective of those in the field. Hey, it's WTMJ's Adam Roberts. Join me every Sunday at 10 for Reporter's Notebook, where we take a deeper dive behind the biggest stories of the past week, told from the perspective of the reporters, anchors, and news directors making decisions behind the scenes and covering the stories you hear every single day.
Bringing you the story behind the story. It's Reporter's Notebook, Sunday mornings at 10 on WTMJ.
Keep the comfort in and the weather out with beautiful new windows and doors from Siding Unlimited. For ideas, go to our Siding Unlimited Instagram page. For a free estimate and honest price guarantee, go to sidingunlimited.com.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 8:06.
The State Patrol's annual Drive Sober or Get Pulled Over campaign is underway. The efforts include increased traffic enforcement on highways as troopers watch for signs of impaired driving leading into the Labor Day weekend, which is just a couple of weeks away. Nearly half of all Wisconsin traffic fatalities last year involved either drugs or alcohol. This campaign runs through September 1st.
A taste of Ireland on Milwaukee's lakefront. Irish Fest is underway at Henry Meyer Festival Park, featuring 18 stages of live music, food vendors, and entertainment for children. Celtic MKE's Melissa Ward on WTMJ's What's on Tap.
Yes, they play traditional Irish music, but it's important for us to also feature the artists that are playing what we call the contemporary sounds of Ireland today. And so you're going to hear singer-songwriter, you're going to hear a little bit of rock, you're going to hear some indie folk, and we have a Celtic EDM artist coming this year for the first time. We have a hip-hop rap artist from Ireland coming for the first time.
Irish Fest runs through Sunday.
The state of Louisiana is suing the online gaming platform Roblox.
State Attorney General Liz Murrell says the popular site is not doing enough to protect its child users from sexual predators.
This game is deceptive by design.
She says adults pose as children, earn other kids' trust, and ask for their photos.
Now they've got the picture, and then the sextortion begins.
A lawsuit filed in Iowa claims a 13-year-old girl met a predator on Roblox, was kidnapped, trafficked across several states, and raped. Roblox says it's testing new AI facial analysis technology to verify its users' ages. Michael Wallace, CBS.
Coming up, it's 8:08. What goes into planning for a face-to-face with an adversary? We'll talk to someone who's been inside the room next.
Paying you to live more comfortably. A deal you do not want to pass up. Vince Vetrano for USA Insulation. They will insulate your walls from the exterior. No disruption inside your home. Blow in loose fiberglass in the attic, plus air seal everything. Most homeowners feeling a difference within 24 to 48 hours. And with government rebates, you could save 40 to 60% or more. No work for you to do. USA Insulation will process everything. Visit usainsulation.net. Start saving today.
USA Insulation.
At Dillon's, they don't overcomplicate it. They start with their award-winning small batch gin to create craft cocktails that are balanced, crisp, and never too sweet. Like strawberry rhubarb with a zest of lime, or tangerine, lemon, and just a hint of mint. Elevated flavor combinations stand out and keep things refreshing. For those seeking a better cocktail experience, enjoy it straight from the can or pour it over ice. Dillon's Cocktails, made the right way. Please enjoy responsibly.
Are you struggling with stubborn weight gain during perimenopause or menopause? It's not your fault. Your changing hormones are forcing your body to store fat, no matter how little you eat or how much you exercise. But there's hope. The Milwaukee Weight Loss Proprietary Natural Program helps restore your metabolism and reset your hormonal balance so you can finally lose the weight and keep it off. No counting calories, no prepackaged meals, no injections, just real results. Join thousands of women who've discovered how to lose 10 to 20% of their body weight in just 8 weeks to feel like themselves again. Visit MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com now to schedule your free consultation.
Hey, it's WTMJ's Steve Scafidi. I dropped 40 pounds with Milwaukee Weight Loss. No crazy workouts, no meal kits or shakes. They helped reset my metabolism, and the weight's actually stayed off. It's been a game changer for me. Many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in a month or two. Schedule your free consultation today by calling 262-393-2334. or online at MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com.
This report sponsored by Exterior Pros and Baths. Trust the pros and kick off your home transformation. Want to save big on your next home improvement project? Visit extpros.com today for expert services at unbeatable prices.
8:11 on a Friday morning. Adam Roberts, how the road's looking?
Right now, 894 heading west from about 27th Street over to Forest Home between the Mitchell and the Hale is just a little bit tight. Also slow, 4145 south from about Capitol Drive north to Appleton Avenue. So opposite direction from Appleton to Capitol is where it's going to be slow. And on 94 west in Waukesha County, right by Moreland Road as you head towards Brookfield Road past Calhoun is going to be just a little slow as well. I'm Adam Roberts with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Your forecast sponsored by Big Fish Contracting. Visit bigfishcontracting.com to see how they're renovating homes and redeeming an industry.
Mostly sunny and warm for your Friday with a high of 85. Tonight, a chance of showers and storms. Partly cloudy, a low of 72. Saturday, partly cloudy, very warm and very humid. A chance of rain and storms again, a high of 88. Sunday, partly cloudy, very warm and humid. Again, a chance of storms, a high of 83. Monday, a chance of showers and storms. Partly sunny at times, a high of 81. And Tuesday, high of 78, but the chance of showers and storms unfortunately continues.
72 at 8:12.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Here's your host, Erik Bilstad.
$8:12 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Eric along with Michelle Richards. Glad to see you back. You made
back
it
again.
Michelle's in for Vince. Thanks for being here. Vince is back on Monday. President Trump is on his way to Alaska, speaking with reporters on Air Force One about the summit with Vladimir Putin later today.
We get along. There's a good respect level on both sides, and I think, something's going to come of it.
Something is going to come of it, says the president. Joining us on Wisconsin's Morning News, one of our favorite military consultants, CBS's Jeff McCausland, who has been in the room, I believe you said. Jeff, I want to ask you about this specific summit, of course, but before we get to that, I believe you've had some experience when it comes to planning for these types of meetings, right? When you have state leaders meeting for the first time, discussing different things. What goes into that type of plan?
Well, it's an enormous amount of effort. And one of the reasons why I'm concerned about this summit, quite frankly, Eric, is the timelines to prepare for this have been very, very, very short. Months normally take place in planning a summit like this. And we know a week ago, last Friday, there was a deadline that if Mr. Putin didn't move swiftly towards a ceasefire and negotiations, that we were going to put enormous sanctions not only on Russia, but on China and India, who are providing lots of purchases of Russian oil and natural gas. And in a flip-flop in 24 hours, we went from that threat of sanctions to for the Russians, an enormous success, an announcement of a summit with the President of the United States. We're going to do it on American territory. This is a great win for the Russians. And then you only got 6 or 7 days to pull this all together in terms of the location, the topics, who's going to participate, everything down to exactly what they're going to have for dessert for the coming lunch. And all that had to be pulled together. So it seems to me that this has been hastily put together. We only got the actual schedule, I can tell you, at CBS for the physical meetings probably sometime late yesterday.
What all would go into the homework? You said could take months. What would be discussed? What would be talked about? Is it a matter of concessions, what not to say, what to say, how to say it, what the mannerisms are? I mean, do you get right into that kind of minute detail?
Well, you get into that to some degree, but obviously once they walk in the room, they can violate that, and how frequent that has happened in the past. Are you going to have a private meeting between the two leaders? In this case, they are. Who else is going to be in the luncheon working meetings or the larger meetings? In this case, it appears it's going to be Sec State and the foreign minister on the Russian side. Who are going to be the actual translators? What's the location of the actual meeting? And both sides will be concerned about that for the massive security requirements each side has, and to include is not bugging or whatever happens, they can safely arrive and safely depart. I mean, the Russians are bringing a huge delegation. They're bringing their foreign minister, their defense minister, the minister of finance, the head guy for Putin on foreign investment, and a number of other people are coming. So the whole physical movement of those people, physical security requirements, and then you got to figure out how you accommodate all the other people that are going on, like the press. Suddenly they discovered, for example, that this is the high season for tourism in Alaska, and there aren't any hotel rooms to stay in Alaska right now. So that makes the whole process much more difficult. And then the staff is going to be working on what are the topics we agree to talk about, what are the talking points for the president, preparation for the president who's going to actually participate. He'll want to sit down and spend a lot of time with his advisors, kind of war gaming this in advance, and I'm sure the Russians would as well.
So why Alaska? Is it just more convenient, based on location, or is there more strategy behind the location?
Well, they didn't want to bring him to Washington, that's for sure. I mean, we're bringing Vladimir Putin out of the cold. As I said, this is a great success for him. He is being treated as an equal to the President of the United States. We're doing it on American territory. He's being brought out of isolation. The last world leader, I think, to meet with Putin may have been Joe Biden back in 2022 prior to the invasion of Ukraine. So he's being brought in out of the cold. So not doing it, on the East Coast of the United States seemed to be appropriate. I was a little surprised they didn't go to a neutral spot. Remember, they did meet in Helsinki back in 2018. But Alaska is that place that's relatively close to Russia. Unfortunately, it was also part of Russia at one time up until 1867. A couple times, the President of the United States, Mr. Trump, has made a gaffe and said, "I'm going to Russia," and that's much to the merriment of journalists in Russia who have been touting that comment over and over. And you know what? I'll bet you, Michelle, one thing that'll happen as a prediction is somebody's going to make a joke about this being Russian territory while they're there.
What is this joint base where they're meeting at? What usually goes on there? Do you know much about it?
Yeah, Joint Base Elmendorf, it's a very important base in terms of aircraft for the protection of the U.S. Pacific region. There's an airborne unit there as well. That's part of, I think, of the 25th Division, who's home based in Hawaii. So there's a brigade there as well. And of course, those units are also prepared to conduct military operations in the Arctic region if that was ever going to be required.
Is there ever any concern when you're a foreign leader coming into another base? I mean, in this case, if you're the Russians, are you super paranoid that there's mics everywhere or bugs everywhere or anything like that?
Absolutely. And the Russians are living proof of that old saying, even though you're paranoid doesn't mean you don't have enemies. So I would imagine, back to that schedule, that you had Russian security people who probably arrived Tuesday or Wednesday just to do their own search of the areas where Mr. Putin was going to be traveling, where he might be, where he might have lunch, where he might relax for a few minutes, where the meeting's going to be held. All those things will be jointly surveillance conducted by both Russian security as well as American security in preparation for the meeting.
Are we going to be able to tell what happened in the meeting, like just based on how long it lasts? Like if nothing happens, if nothing significant happens, they'll be done pretty quickly. If they have a lot to talk about and maybe making some progress, we might expect them to be behind closed doors for longer.
Could be, and it's not unlikely that they could extend it. They have a schedule, but frequently those get extended. I think what will be key is right now there's the announcement of a joint press conference. If a joint press conference occurs, that would suggest they have accomplished something. If for some reason you hear they've canceled the joint press conference and each one might do a separate press conference on their own, kind of like what happened to Biden, I think when he met Putin back in 2022, that would be an indication of nothing of great significance has occurred. But I want to stress to you that I really believe for Mr. Putin, he's successful the moment he walks in the meeting. He's achieved all of those things of getting out of the cold. He's delayed the implementation of the sanction. In some ways, you could say this meeting, as far as Putin is concerned, acknowledges that this was a war between Russia and the United States, Russia and the West, which is how they have portrayed it to their population since it began.
And he's a smooth talker, right, Jeff? We've heard from some of your CBS colleagues that this guy knows how to work a room and know how to make you feel real good about yourself.
He didn't spend all those years training to be a KGB agent and not pick up on all those things. He's a very smart guy. He will try to dominate the conversation, and he'll try to expand the conversation. I think the other thing you might see coming out of this, while Mr. Trump was going in there, it seemed, with a focused effort, I want to end this war in Ukraine, and I think the president should insist from the very beginning, we need a ceasefire now. Ceasefire now, and then we can talk about whatever you'd like to talk about. But that is a precondition for anything to happen. Mr. Putin, I think, will try to expand the conversation. He'll want to talk about great economic opportunities if we get relations with the United States to be improved. He may bring up the topic of the New START treaty, which is due to expire in February of next year, which limits strategic nuclear weapons between the United States and the Russian Federation. It's the only arms control agreement we have left. A lot of people are worried it's going to expire without any kind of renegotiation. So I can see him bringing that up, and that might be some announcement coming out of this meeting that both sides announced they're going to begin conversations about revising the New START treaty before that expiration date.
The meeting is this afternoon, Central Time, 2:30, the summit between the President of the U.S. and the President of Russia. Retired U.S. Army Colonel and CBS military consultant Jeff McCausland. Always appreciate you, Jeff. Thank you.
Take care.
8:21, let's get to the roads. Check in with Adam Roberts on a Friday morning.
All right, guys, looking right now at the system, we've got three main pockets of heavier volume. The first on 4145 south from about Hampton down past Capitol Drive. Actually, the backup stretching a little bit further north than that even. Silver Spring to Capitol is where we're really going to be seeing the slow spots. Working our way south on 94, heading west in Waukesha County, just east of Elm Grove Road, heading over towards about Calhoun is going to be a touch slow. And then we've still got a little bit of light volume on 894 west of Loomis, heading towards Forest Home. I'm Adam Roberts with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Your first date? Going well. The carnival? Cash only. But you've got this. Just like Associated Bank's got you, with access to over 30,000 surcharge-free ATMs. So when you decide to win that giant stuffed purple raccoon at $5 a throw, we're looking out for you. No matter how many throws it takes. You've got this. With 30,000 surcharge-free ATMs from Associated Bank. See AssociatedBank.com/checking or ask a banker for details. Member FDIC.
We see you out there, making the most of every moment, one big, bright idea at a time. At Blaine's, we're glad to be part of it by offering best-in-class products and solutions at unbeatable farm and fleet prices. Like men's Rustler jeans, $16.99. Rewards members save an extra buck. Men's Lee Extreme Motion jeans, $21.99. 15% off assorted Brinks padlocks. And a DeWalt shop stool with casters, $20 off. Find value on the things you value. Blaine's Farm and Fleet. Be an original.
The Mental Health Minute.
Hi, this is Kelly from Ellie Mental Health. This week, our hearts are with our neighbors in Wauwatosa. The floods have taken homes, memories, and a sense of safety. But the waters aren't the only thing that can leave a mark. Surviving a natural disaster can bring waves of stress, anxiety, and grief long after the cleanup is done. We want you to know that your feelings are valid, and you don't have to face them alone. If you or your kids are experiencing sleepless nights, overwhelming worry, or lingering shock, our licensed counselors are here to help. We accept most major insurance plans and have immediate openings, so you can begin care without a long wait. If you have been impacted by the floods, call us today. Healing starts with connection, and together we can rebuild hope.
This has been the Mental Health Minute. Get started on your mental health journey today at elliementalhealth.com.
Loyalty, family. Few things are more important. This is WTMJ's Steve Scafidi and Loyal Family Renovations. They saved the day after a brutal storm in Oak Creek. Hail damage, yeah, I had a lot of it. But Jeff, Jake, and the whole team, absolute pros, made the entire process smooth as can be. Let's be honest, not everyone knows how to deal with adjusters. They handled all the questions, quick answers, top-notch customer service. In just 2 days, my roof was done. If storm damage hits, call the team that made it easy for me. Loyal Family Renovations. Visit loyalfamilyrenovations.com.
Well, you used to be known as the Big Red Machine. To use that name now would just be obscene. It's the Brewers and the Reds in Cincinnati.
And a fly ball to right. This is hit well. Back is Reynolds. Track gone! Sal Frelick goes big fly for the 9th time this year.
Our Brewers Radio Network game day coverage starts tonight at 5:05. We are the home of the Brewers. 620 WTMJ.
Oh, people will come, Ray. People will most definitely come. For free George Webb burgers.
I'm telling you, we're going to explain this next hour, but I'm telling you, this is a movie in the making. It's actually won't even be a good movie because there's too many twists and turns of this Brewers season that we've already had where you're going to be like, nah, this is not realistic anymore. But we're going to go through it. I'm telling you, Michelle, this is a Hollywood movie in the making, what's happening right now with this team.
I'll go see that.
I'm just telling you. Yeah, of course. It'd be really hot here. Couple of things. So we'll get you much more on the Brewers and the George Webb's update and all that stuff coming up in the 9 o'clock hour on Wisconsin's Morning News. Plus, we're going to check in with Rick Schlesinger for Brewers 360 today because they got some new details about the Euchre game, which is a week from Sunday at AmFam. So that's pretty cool. So we'll check in with Rick on that here in about 20 minutes or so. But there's something that's pretty cool that the Brewers are doing. There's been all this talk about the power of friendship, how they all get along, and that's why they're so good and all this stuff. Well, closer Trevor McGill was on the Pat McAfee show, and they were teasing him about how this team is so good to watch, and he brought up the power of friendship.
Fun team, bro. Yeah. Fun team. You're fun. You're an entertaining
power of friendship, man.
That is.
Absolutely. Right here.
Then he shows him his shirt. It says powers of friendship
these things are
on it.
dropping, I think, this week. You can get them on athleteslogo.com. 15% of them are going to go to the flood victims out here in Milwaukee. So,
okay, great plug.
So you hear that?
That's fantastic.
They're actually going to sell Power of Friendship shirts and different things as well. So it's athletelogos.com. So I went on the website after McGill said that, and it's right there on the front page. You can see it right there, Power of Friendship. It's not Brewers affiliated, but if you go on there and they have it's like a little logo with the hands shaking, and you can get all kinds of stuff. There's hoodies, there's shirts, I think there's even seat cushions, tote bags, all kinds of stuff. And then 15% of that'll go to flood victims here, which is pretty amazing. Like, it's just another unique part of this whole situation.
They got mugs, hats, jackets, etc. But chunk of that's gonna go to a good cause out there in Milwaukee.
Yeah, so that's their intention to doing good. They're not even here. They're in Cincinnati right there, and there's Trevor McGill selling Power of Friendship swag to help us. How about that?
Yeah. I want to say way to capitalize on this, but it's not capitalizing it. I mean, you're taking advantage of something that's already, out there, this power of friendship, but you're turning it into a good thing too.
Right?
An even better thing.
Absolutely.
It'll be fun to wear that power of friendship t-shirt or hat. And
this is exactly what you want. I'm telling you, it's a movie in the making. I got to start writing my script for this. Got to start writing the screenplay. Get that going. 8:28, lots to get to on Wisconsin's Morning News.
There's a lot of noise coming out of Washington these days, but one thing retirees in Wisconsin can't afford to ignore is the new Big Beautiful Bill. Sounds harmless, right? But here's the truth. The changes buried in this bill could have a serious impact on your retirement. At Drake & Associates, we've dug into the details, and we want to make sure you know what's really at stake. The Big Beautiful Bill includes sweeping updates to tax brackets, Social Security thresholds, Medicare premiums, and retirement account rules. And for many retirees, it could mean higher taxes on your savings, more limits on deductions, and unexpected changes to your income plan. Maybe you're already retired, or maybe you're just a few years away. Either way, what you don't know could cost you thousands. That's why we're offering Wisconsin residents a free educational guide to help you understand how the new bill may impact retirees and questions to discuss with your trusted financial advisor. Just text the word tax to 414-897-9522. That's tax, T-A-X, to 414-897-9522. You'll get immediate access to expert insights from the team at Drake & Associates, retirement planners who have been serving Wisconsin for over 20 years. We focus on tax-efficient retirement planning, helping you keep more of your money, avoiding surprises, and staying ahead of the curve no matter what Congress throws your way. So before the Big Beautiful Bill takes a bite out of your hard-earned savings, let's make sure your plan is designed to help prepare for uncertainty. Text TAX to 414-897-9522. That's TAX to 414-897-9522. Drake & Associates, helping build retirement confidence right here in Wisconsin.
Drake & Associates LLC is an independent investment advisory firm that offers a variety of different investment vehicles. This commercial is provided for informational purposes only and should not be construed as individual investment advice. Drake & Associates LLC does not provide legal or tax advice. Past performance is not indicative of future performance.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. President Trump is now on his way to a military base in Anchorage, Alaska. The summit with Vladimir Putin expected to begin this afternoon. ABC national correspondent Stephen Portnoy.
The president is expected to hold a news conference at the conclusion of the summit. He says if the meeting goes well, it'll be a joint news conference with Vladimir Putin by his side. But if it goes poorly, and he says there's a 25% chance that it will, he'll hold his own news conference and then head back here to Washington. Trump has aired the hope that a second meeting with Volodymyr Zelensky could be hastily arranged, maybe even right there in Alaska. But that's only if things work out between him and Putin later today.
Washington, D.C. has now filed a lawsuit challenging President Trump's takeover of its police department. D.C. Attorney General Brian Schwab says Trump is going far beyond his power under the law, the district seeking an emergency restraining order. California Governor Gavin Newsom announcing a ballot initiative that would allow his state to create more congressional districts for Democrats like the Republicans are attempting to do in Texas. This is ABC News.
Right now, just a few remaining pockets of heavier traffic. Right now, looks like 4145 south from Appleton down to Capitol Drive is going to be slow. Also northbound from Watertown Plank Road up to Capitol, tight there as well. And on 94 west in Waukesha County from Elm Grove Road all the way past Calhoun, you'll be tapping the brakes, adding a few extra minutes on your ride out of Milwaukee County. I'm Adam Roberts with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Going to be a nice one today. Sunny and warm, a high of 85. Tonight, a chance for showers and storms, a low of 72. Pay attention to the forecast this weekend. We do have some chances for some heavy rain at times. Right now, it is 69 degrees at 8:32. The Milwaukee Repertory Theater, one of the many organizations dealing with flood damage, the executive director, Chad Bauman, on WTMJ's What's on Tap says more than 75,000 items destroyed at their production facility in Wauwatosa.
We also had equipment from our downtown theater facility as we complete construction there. So as you can imagine, hundreds and thousands of lights equipment, sound equipment, anything from vintage, irreplaceable props and set pieces from the 1950s all the way up to, tiny little newspaper things that we would use as props as well.
Bauman says a temporary production shop is being set up in a different location, so the upcoming shows this fall and winter will go on as planned.
A woman's skull found in rural Wisconsin over 20 years ago has now been identified. A group of Boy Scouts found the skull in a plastic bag while walking through the woods in Holton. Analysis from the DNA Doe Project has identified her as 92-year-old Alice Katarina Peterson. She had died in the Hospital of Natural Causes in Minnesota 15 months before her skull was found in October of 2002. Authorities are still investigating why it ended up in the woods.
There's a new tool to help law enforcement find missing children across Wisconsin.
Attorney General Josh Call says if a child goes missing under certain circumstances, the DOJ can send out a missing child alert.
There have been cases that would not have met the Amber Alert criteria where alerts have been able to go out.
and information has been provided to people nearby where missing kids are located.
A bill signed by Governor Tony Evers expanded the criteria for issuing these alerts. The legislation was named after 5-year-old Prince McCree, who went missing in Milwaukee and was later found murdered. Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
A man from Milwaukee just finished a 5,000-mile ride to Alaska to fight pancreatic cancer. Dan Winkleman made the trip for the Sina Magowitz Foundation, which funds research and supports patients. Winkleman sat down with WTMJ's Libby Collins to talk about this event's life-changing connections.
They're able to bring not only the awareness, but the funds to change the outcome for those who are recently diagnosed.
The Power of Us runs from today through the 17th at American Family Field.
For those looking for free burgers because of the 12 wins in a row from your Milwaukee Brewers, so Wednesday's the big day. The George Webbs will be giving away free burgers. There's also vouchers that are going to start being given away today. Now, heads up, not every place has the vouchers available just yet. Just got to be patient with that. We've had some issues with that. Meanwhile, WDTMJ Sandy Max speaking with one manager of a George Webb. She says people still looking for the free stuff now.
What's the reaction been like so far since the 12th win?
It's crazy. People thought they could come in the day before they even won the 12th game for a free burger. The lady goes, well, they won 12. I go, no, they're playing game 12. I go, and it's only one, so they didn't even start.
So a little bit of issues with those looking for some free burgers. Meanwhile, that manager telling Sandy Max that the regulars aren't showing up on Wednesday.
And my regular employee and customers already said, Pam, I'm not bothering you that day. We will stay away. I'll come and buy my burger.
News about your money. The WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. The markets are open for Friday, final day before the week. And here's what we got. Right now, a mixed bag at the moment. The Dow is up 146 to 45,057. The NASDAQ down 18 to 21,692. And the S&P is up 1 to start today, 64.69. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 8:36.
You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it hard to fight flu, pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Our featured sponsor on this week's Home Improvement Showcase, presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, is Ridgetop Exteriors.
Haven't you just had it with overpriced, overrated fish fries? Don't pay $16 or more. The Mine Chef restaurant in Hartford's all-you-can-eat haddock fish fry is $7.99. WTMJ's John Mercure here. After a long week, don't cook. Relax with a cold beverage and a Friday fish fry for $7.99. The kids' menu starts at $3.99, and they can safely play in that huge game room away from the dining area while you finish up your meal. The Mine Shaft is super family-friendly. Your Saturday steak or prime rib dinner is under $25. Sunday brunch is under $15, far less than what you'll pay elsewhere. The Mine Shaft in beautiful downtown Hartford and near the EAA in Oshkosh. Lots of seating, close parking, and a very friendly staff. Just walk in today for your all-you-can-eat beer-battered haddock fish fry for $7.99, serving from 11 a.m. Get there early. It's big food, it's big fun, it's the Mine Shaft. Check out mineshaftRestaurant.com.
It's one of the hottest topics when it comes to finance and your money, the One Big Beautiful Bill. If you haven't read it, we don't blame you. It's 900 pages with 400 just for tax provisions. Not exactly light reading. You know who has read it? Annex Wealth Management. That's where Instant Insight webinars come in. They're designed to provide clarity for today's hot topics. Get up to speed fast. Check out the full Instant Insight schedule at annexwealth.com/events. Unbiased advice from a fee-only fiduciary. Find out more at annexwealth.com.
I know you have a great dog, right? But you know there's room for improvement. At Sit Means Sit Dog Training, we can help. Our attention-based training system uses modern technology to help you better communicate with your dog, even in high distraction. When you schedule a free consultation with us, you will have the opportunity to see our training in action and meet for yourself our happy dogs off leash and under control. Contact Sit Means Sit today at 262-361-3641 or find us on the web at sitmeansitwaukesha.com to schedule your free consultation so you can have a happy, confident, and obedient dog.
8:38 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Eric along with Michelle Richards. Vince is back on Monday.
It could be easier than ever now to get yourself a flu vaccine. Usually you have to go to a clinic, go to the doctor's office. take time out of your day, get your kids scheduled, whatever.
Go to Walgreens.
Go to Walgreens, make an appointment. Well, now AstraZeneca is making its Flu Mist nasal spray flu vaccine available for at-home delivery. So Flu Mist has been available for a while. You get it at the doctor's office. You typically have to lie down, and then it's like a little spray up the nose. And
kids love it because then they don't have to have a shot.
Doesn't hurt. Might tickle a little bit, but...
How do you know? You've had one?
No, my kids have. But yeah, so you can get it delivered at home beginning today. Apparently, you can order it online and have it shipped directly to your door. This is for children 2 to 17 and also for adults over the age of 18. And they're hoping that the needle-free option and at-home convenience will boost vaccination rates. We had the highest number of flu-related deaths for children for a non-pandemic year last flu season. So I think they're really pushing this as a convenient option.
Now, typically, the flu shot varies from year to year, right? Because they want a strain they have predictability measures in place. They use math and algorithms, and they figure out what vaccine or what the recipe should be. Yes, the strain should be this time. So you couldn't necessarily stock up on these and then just keep them in the closet and use them year after year.
No, I think they're tailored per
just
season.
So you'd use it, yeah. All right. Well, it's worth a shot.
You do have to pay for shipping. It's estimated at under $10, though. So hopefully that wouldn't be too much of a barrier.
8:40 on Wisconsin's Morning News. We have Brewers 360 coming up in mere moments. But first, let's check the roads. Adam Roberts is in for Debbie Lazaga.
Right now, looking at 94 in Waukesha County, we've had this kind of slow spot, which we do see from time to time on 94 West, anywhere from Elm Grove Road over to Calhoun. Right now, looking at the maps, we do have a broken down vehicle near Moreland, which is maybe causing some people to slow down and take a look at the scene. Looks like there's a squad with this as well. Looks like someone may have just been pulled over. Elsewhere, we've got 4145 still slow as per usual through the construction zone. Silver Spring down past Capitol Drive towards Burleigh, heading south will be a touch slow, as will northbound from Watertown Plank Road up to Capitol the other way. I'm Adam Roberts with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
It doesn't get any headlines just to be silently good. Big Fish Contracting, we say renovating homes, redeeming an industry.
It's so much more than just, okay, we're replacing your roof.
We're not only educating homeowners, but we're getting to know them and allowing them an opportunity to get to know us. I mean, there's just such beauty in it, you know? If anyone is considering reaching out to us,
or you can check us out on our website, bigfishcontracting.com.
WTMJ's Vince Vitrano for Inspired Closets, something that can positively affect your mood, getting organized and clearing out the clutter. A well-rounded closet could be the most powerful room in your home. Inspired Closets can transform your closets or laundry room, your pantry, any space in your house. What separates Inspired Closets from the others? Their 3D design software and a culture that promises to build what you want and need. Call my friends Katie and Dan today, a wife-husband team ready to help. Inspired Days start in Inspired Closets, inspiredclosetsmilwaukee.com. Vince Vitrano here for Connect Chiropractic. Get your aches and pains under control and bring back your energy. Whether it's headaches, neck pain, back pain, shoulder pain, time and repetition is key to staying on the right track. I've been seeing Dr. Alex and his team for 2 years now. No twisting, no cracking, no popping. Connect Chiropractic uses a special tool that is targeted and effective, yet pain-free and gentle. In Delafield and Wauwatosa, and the new location on Rawson Avenue in Oak Creek. Get started at GoConnectChiro.com.
In the Midwest, we know the real deal on the field and in your wellness routine. Higher Love Cannabis Company in Menominee, Michigan offers top-tier Michigan-grown CBD products, no shortcuts, no synthetic knockoffs. Just clean, green certified, organically grown CBD crafted for fans who expect the best. Whether you're gearing up for the game or winding down after a win, swing through Higher Love just across the Wisconsin border and experience the highest quality CBD in the Midwest. Higher Love, the real deal, no limitation. Visit findhigherlove.com/CBD.
Traffic is sponsored by Rejuvenix Arthritis Pain Clinics. Go to rejuvenix.com for an appointment.
Alleviate your pain, rejuvenate your life.
Go to rejuvenix.com to request your appointment.
Brewers 360, sponsored by Outdoor Living Unlimited and Big Fish Contracting. The Brewers play the Reds tonight as they look to extend their 12-game winning streak to 13. That would tie a franchise record. Joining us for Brewers 360 is the president and business operations at the Milwaukee Brewers. It's Rick Schlesinger. Boy, Rick, I assume everyone is just smiling every morning at the office, right? When you roll into work every day, everyone's in a good mood. No one's having any problems.
Winning streaks tend to do that. So, everybody's looks better. Your family looks better. Your kids behave. Your dog doesn't smell. Everything's good. Yeah. So it's a lot of fun. I know the fans are excited. We're all fans of the front office, so we're very excited as well.
Now, are you in Cincinnati in case things go the right way the next few days?
No, I'm actually down in Florida, but I will be going to the Wrigley Field to see us play the Cubs, which is a major series of 5 games in 4 days.
Yeah, it's going to be incredible starting on Monday. But first, the 3 games against the Reds. Wanted to ask you guys unveiled some new information on Thursday regarding the Euchre game, which is a week from Sunday. And believe it or not, there are still some tickets available for that game.
Yeah, we've got a few that we released. We expect those to be sold out today. And the gates will open at 10:30. The program will start at 12:15. Obviously, the game is at 1:10. So want to make sure fans get there early enough, park, and sit in their seats for what's going to be a really impressive, incredible, celebration of life hosted by Bob Costas. We'll have some amazing guests, some incredible videos. Special Euchre merchandise with proceeds going to charity, and special Euchre sort of memorabilia, some things that he had in his collection that I know he wanted the fans to see, and just a great way to honor, the legend. And, I know that all the players are excited to be part of it and see it. And again, we couldn't have a better legend than Bob Euchre to do all this for. So we're very excited to present it to all people on the 24th.
So 12:15 p.m. They want you in your seats. So do you have to say that goes long, that pregame? Do you have to make a special request to MLB? Hey, do you mind if first pitch ends up being maybe 5 or 10 minutes later?
Yeah, we alerted Major League Baseball, and obviously they're very accommodating. We also alerted the visiting team, and they're very accommodating.
Sure.
And we think it'll go for 50 minutes, so we will start the game on time. But we've scripted it out, and everybody knows want to keep things going and not disrupt the players' cadence and the normal start times.
Sure.
I think we'll be in good shape.
So you mentioned that some tickets are still available for that game. I would imagine, though, that they would sell out within, hours, if not days.
You gotta get moving, yeah.
The fans have been so great, not only recently, but all season long. What's that been like for you to witness?
Yeah, it's really great. I mean, we have great fans, as everybody knows, and they're supportive through tough times and good times. And obviously, there's good times. All 3 games of the next weekend will sell out. And, probably the best opportunity for people is to quickly buy what's available for the weekend. And then we've got the Diamondbacks for a 4-game series, and then, back on the road. So, yeah, we're running out of home games to sell tickets, and, we're running out of tickets to sell, which is a great problem to have. And hopefully this bodes well for a nice, deep segment of games in October.
We should point out, too, that on that Saturday, August 23rd against the Giants, that's a big day, too, because you got John Axford coming back.
Yeah, we're going to induct John into the Wall of Honor. Obviously had a great career and, was on the mound, was the winning pitcher in Game 5 of the DS against the Diamondbacks when Tony Plush hit that great hit to Squirrel Gomez. Had great years with the Brewers, and it's great to honor him. And that also is the game where the first 25,000 fans are going to get the Euchre-themed umbrella. So, again, we'll have a sellout, and, it's a great way to go into the weekend and, celebrate Euchre on the 24th.
Should also point out we had Brewers general manager Matt Arnold on Brewers 360 on Thursdays. He always joins us on Thursdays, and he did mention the pocket pancakes. He said he did have a couple of those ones that you guys are offering now. He said they're pretty good.
Yeah, we want to make sure that fans know they're lint free. They meet with all health and safety standards. They are very good. I had some myself, and every Sunday for the rest of the season, we're going to offer them at 2 concession stands, and one on the first base field level and one on the third base field level. So, yeah, Murph is sort of he's our best ambassador. Not only is he a great field general, but he's also, he connects to the fans and also comes up with great promotions like pocket pancakes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of bummed I'm going to miss out on the pocket pancakes. I have tickets for a Thursday game coming up. Any
You can
chance?
come. There's many Sundays left, so it's not just this the next Sunday on the 25th. So we'll expect you back at the ballpark for another Sunday.
All right, I'll have to do that. Take the kids.
Well, Rick, congratulations on this great run. This is awesome, and it gave us chills yesterday because we also asked Matt. When you hear so much about Mr. Baseball and Bob Uecker and all of that, one of the questions I asked him was, "Hey, don't want to take anything away from the players or the coaches on this crazy run that you guys have had, because clearly, that's just amazing what they've done on the field." But we asked him, does Uecker get talked about, or is that thought of, or do you think there's some kind of emphasis there that is coming from Ueck? And he was like, absolutely. He's like, we think about him every day. It was so heartwarming to hear that that isn't just some media creation, how that can be, where we try to make something out of nothing. But he says that Ueck literally is constantly on the mind there at MFAM.
I think that's absolutely true. I mean, Ueck the players loved him. He was a former player, so he could relate to them, and, they knew he was a legend and he cared about the guys. And, he was just part of the team, and he was the constant there. He was, managers come and go, executives come and go. He was the one constant, and the players understood his relevance and importance to the franchise. And yeah, he's talked about a lot. And it's hard to explain how well we're playing. You can use all the analytics you want, but it feels like there is some other power helping the Brewers along. And there's an old movie called Angels in the Outfield, and who knows what. But it's great. And I know he's thinking and looking down on us and ensuring that we want to play well. So if we don't need enough motivation, it's wanting to win it for Ueck.
They have the best record in baseball by a lot. They're in first place by a lot. It is your Milwaukee Brewers. Brewers 360 with Rick Schlesinger. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Rick Schlesinger, the president of business operations for your Milwaukee Brewers. It's 8:50. Time to check traffic. It's Adam Roberts again. Adam, thank you.
You bet, Eric. Some good news. 94E heading west in Waukesha County. A lot of those earlier delays we saw between Elm Grove Road and Calhoun have alleviated themselves. You just might be tapping the brakes as you head west of Highway 100 in Milwaukee County towards Waukesha. On 4145, north and south, still going to be a bit slow through those construction zones. North from Swan Boulevard up past Burleigh will be a touch slow, as will southbound from Appleton Avenue down towards Capitol Drive. Otherwise, a lot of our volume has alleviated, and we've got a pretty good drive shaping up elsewhere across the system. I'm Adam Roberts with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
When people think sleep apnea, they think CPAP. Now at Advent, we do all we can to help sleep apnea sufferers avoid the CPAP machine. And most sleep apnea sufferers who come to Advent are going to be able to avoid a CPAP altogether. Our unique Advent approach using simple in-office solutions can get your nose working and throat open all under one roof. You see, the root of every snoring and obstructive sleep apnea problem lies within the throat, nose, or both. At Advent, we know when we get the nose and throat working properly, most snoring and sleep apnea problems will subside. And we have the most simple and convenient, ultra-effective in-office solutions that can do just that. And this is why people have traveled by planes, trains, and automobiles from corners of the world you would never think of to find the sleep apnea and snoring relief you won't find elsewhere.
Go to adventknows.com to schedule your appointment, because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better. AdventKnows.com. Most insurance accepted.
We see you out there, building a life you love, knowing that when inspiration strikes, nothing should get in your way. At Blaine's, we're here to help with everything you need to make it happen at prices that make it possible. Like up to $70 off select 12-volt GPI fuel transfer pumps, 10% off thoroughbred welding gas and cylinders, and a DeWalt 6-foot 4-shelf industrial rack is on sale, $60 off. Find value on the things you value. Blaine's Farm and Fleet. Be an original.
Hey, John Mercure here for CertaPro Painters. They painted our house, the outside of the house, fantastic. They did the parts in the sun, the parts in the shade, the parts on the north side, the parts on the south side. They paid attention to detail the whole way. They went the extra mile all day long. Schedule your free estimate at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, for your home or your business. They do both. They pay a lot of attention. They took a lot of time with our house, and it looks absolutely perfect. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. They're the real deal. They're the best in the business. It's CertaPro Painters.
Back to school means back to savings with Exterior Pros and Baths. Right now, get $3,000 off your roofing, your siding, your windows, or your bath project during the fall savings event. Don't wait. Call 262-800-4274 or visit extpros.com to claim your $3,000 savings and book your free estimate. Exterior Pros and Baths, Wisconsin's trusted home improvement experts. Trust the pros.
Our featured sponsor on this week's Home Improvement Showcase, presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, is Ridgetop Exteriors.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
Wisconsin's Morning News, Erik, along with Michelle Richards. Vince is back on Monday. If you missed anything on the program already, just text the word Vince to the Siding Unlimited WDTMJ Talk and Text line, 855-616-1620. Greg has already diced up a lot of that, so you can catch our conversation with Jason Wilde. Good stuff there, as well as much, much more, including coming up here in the next 10 minutes or so, probably closer to 9:10. We're going to have WDTMJ meteorologist Craig Copleen explain exactly what's going to be happening this weekend, because there's more rain in the forecast. What is that going to look like? We'll do that at 9:10. Right now, Michelle, at 8:55, there's a family from the Milwaukee area that's telling this harrowing story that's led them to lead a fundraiser. They want to raise money for Children's Wisconsin, and the reason why is because of what they have been able to experience. Matt and Amy Schmidt, the owners of Water Street Brewery, say they'll be forever grateful for the world-class care their son Cam received right in our backyard. Listen to their story.
I made the brilliant decision to cook bacon for breakfast. I thought I was going to be a great dad. The bacon grease was left over. I decided to put it in a bowl in the kitchen, and Cam, being a very active, almost 2-year-old, came over to the counter, grabbed the bowl, spilled all over his chest. One of the scariest things I've ever dealt with. He was screaming like crazy, like any kid could.
I was in the other room, and I heard a crash and a scream, and I ran into the kitchen, and he's shaking, he's crying.
He was wearing one of those onesies that 1- and 2-year-olds wear that, they kind of keep him warm, and because he had just woken up for the day kind of. And I remember the bacon grease sticking to the onesie and then on top of his chest. And it was almost like I didn't want to take it off because I didn't want to see what was underneath.
We immediately got in the car, but we were at a loss of what to do.
Your instincts say, get him help right away. So what we did was we jumped in the car and brought him to a hospital closer to our house. And he is obviously very upset. He's being burned. He's in like his PJs, and the grease is like sticking to his chest.
Eventually went to Children's, and it was just, from the moment we walked in the door, we felt the calm, the staff, they're so calm.
At this time, Amy and I are beside ourselves. We're crying. We don't know what to do. But immediately the nurses made us feel really calm.
I remember they wheeled him away to go to have a little procedure done on his chest. And it was on his chin a little bit, too. He had a tiny little bit of scarring, or a little burn there, too. And, they took him away, and we just, we dissolved. We were so upset.
One of the things the doctor did right away was tell us that, we don't have long-term concerns. There might be a little bit of scarring, but overall, this could have been a lot worse. We probably saw half a dozen nurses come through, and I think the other word that I'd use is like confidence. They give parents confidence that things are going to be okay, and that helps you put your mind at ease. Despite 5 to 6 nurses coming in, they all knew his name. Mm-hmm. They all knew what he had been through. They knew what the next step was, and that gives you a lot of confidence as a parent that they know what's going on, they know how to fix it, and everything's going to be okay. That's, I think, a unique thing for Children's as well.
It's just so many special individuals that work there. They deal with this, and they know how to make parents and children feel at ease.
We're so glad that we ended up there, and they took great care of him. We have this great picture of him in the hospital with a teddy bear and his bandages on, and he's doing great to this day.
Incredible story there from Matt and Amy Schmidt and their son Cam. Thanks to Mercure for sharing that with us. So restaurants across Wisconsin are going to join together on Thursday, August 21st. So next Thursday, do good with food. It's going to raise money for Children's. More information, just text the word food to 855-616-1620. That's the WTMJ Siding Unlimited talk and text line. Food to 855-616-1620. We'll send you a link to that. 8:58 business headlines now, sponsored by the Horicon Bank. Together doing good. HoraconBank.com, the natural choice.
These are your business headlines from the Milwaukee Business Journal.
George Webb Restaurants announced that it will be giving free burgers away on August 20th, thanks to the Brewers' 12th straight win on Wednesday. Customers can pick up vouchers for free hamburgers starting today. A former Dollar General in Milwaukee is planned to become a small grocery store and kitchen. The new tenant plans to feature a Chester's Chicken restaurant. Despite severe weather and flooding at the state fairgrounds, next weekend's IndyCar race will proceed as scheduled, kicking off on August 23rd. The Milwaukee Mile racetrack didn't sustain any damage in last weekend's storm. I'm Josh Darrow for MilwaukeeBusinessJournal.com on 620 WTMJ.
Doing banking differently since 1896. Greg Matzik here for Horicon Bank. Think about that for a second. Over 100 years of focus on the community and your business. At Horicon Bank, financing requests can be approved in days, not weeks, because your banker understands you and your business. And yes, Horicon Bank is expanding, but they've not lost that community-minded feel. I trust Horicon Bank. I've connected with Horicon Bank, and I invite you to do the same. It's Horicon Bank, truly the natural choice, member FDIC.
Hunting season's just around the corner. Time to gear up with the best names in the business at prices that will not be beat. Like a WildView 16-megapixel trail cam for just $34.99. The Big Game 16-foot Warrior Pro tree stand is on sale for $149.99. And take aim and comfort with a Hawk Big Denali luxury blind chair for just $134.99. Stop in for these hunting specials and more at your local Fleet Farm. And check out all our weekly deals at fleetfarm.com.
This change has leveled us up while being able to maintain the same quality of service that we've always provided, with no upfront fees and 1.9% real estate commission. We're proud to be part of the Century 21 family, so you can move fearlessly with the added confidence of top-of-the-line marketing for maximum home exposure. And that means more eyeballs and the real potential for the highest price for your home. This is Angela Calais with Century 21 Benefit Realty, benefit-realty.com, where you pay less for full service. Each office is independently owned and operated. First off, our 1.9% commission structure helps get their foot in the door, and that's why agents like working here. But what they really like is having the strongest marketing tools available, with the resources to help them sell homes at the highest prices to satisfy their clients. Century 21 Benefit Realty offers what agents like most, and that's to help them be successful. If you really want to believe in the business model that you're representing, give me a call. I'm Angela Calais with Century 21 Benefit Realty. Call me, and let's talk about your future. Each office is independently owned and operated.
The place you want to go, Lynch McWanago.
Nobody sells for less than Lynch.
This is why you love the game.
Fly ball to deep right. It is back. Soto back. Out of here.
The Brewers head to Cincinnati to take on the Reds.
Who's writing this thing?
Our Brewers Radio Network game day coverage starts tonight at 5:05.
Freaking believable.
On the home of the Brewers, News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
(9:01). This is Wisconsin's Morning News for Friday, August 15th. I'm Erik Bilstad. Our top story, a meeting of the minds in Alaska.
I'm Michelle Richards. A pay bump for Wisconsin state workers.
Sunny and warm, a high of 85 today. Tonight, a chance for showers and storms, a low of 72. Right now at 9:02, it is 69 degrees. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center. Happening today, President Trump is on his way to Alaska for his highly anticipated meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin.
On Air Force One en route to Anchorage, President Trump told reporters that Russian drone and missile strikes on the eve of the meeting don't strengthen Putin's position.
In his mind, that helps him make a better deal. It actually hurts him.
Trump says land swaps will come up.
They'll be discussed, but I've got to let Ukraine make that decision.
He has said his sole aim is to set the table for a summit that would include Volodymyr Zelensky.
I'm not doing this for my health, okay? I don't need it. I'd like to focus on our country, but I'm doing this to save a lot of lives.
Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
Here at home, damage estimates from last weekend's historic flooding in Milwaukee and Waukesha counties has surpassed $25 million. Meanwhile, with more rain possible this weekend, infrastructure preparation is key to mitigating future flood impacts. Bill Graffin with Milwaukee Metropolitan Sewerage District tells WTMJ over 600 homes are at high risk of flooding in the Kinnickinnic River watershed.
Which is extremely dangerous. We've had deaths at the Kinnickinnic in those concrete lined channels. That watershed is the most heavily urbanized, densely populated in the state of Wisconsin, and there's very little room to store water in that watershed because of all the concrete and asphalt and rooftop.
Graffin says it'll take years for MMSD to remove concrete from the KK channels.
State workers are getting a pay raise.
Governor Tony Evers is implementing a pay bump for state employees over the next 2 years. The biennial budget authorizes a 3% raise this year and a 2% raise in 2026. Eligible workers who have been employed since the end of June will see the 3% raise starting in September, including lump sum back pay from June 29th. Pay adjustment typically requires another approval by the legislature's Joint Committee on Employment Relations, but a state Supreme Court ruling last year ruled that the governor does not need approval to spend apportioned funding. Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
President Trump has nominated a federal prosecutor from Milwaukee to fill a seat on the U.S. Court of Appeals in Wisconsin. In a post on social media, the president named Rebecca Tibelson to serve as a judge for the 7th Circuit. If Tibelson is confirmed by the U.S. Senate, she would take the seat held by Diane Sykes, who plans to step down from active service in October.
Thousands of Air Canada flight attendants could walk off the job any time now after failing to work out a new deal with the airline.
So far this morning, more than 30 flights canceled, about 5% of Air Canada's flights here in the U.S., and that number going to continue to grow to hundreds as we get into the weekend. Thousands of flights canceled, a major ripple effect for this airline, and certainly going to be felt and seen at a lot of airports around the country.
News Nation's Alicia Nieves. Air Canada says if a deal isn't reached, the resulting very serious disruptions would prompt it to consider asking for government intervention.
A taste of Ireland on Milwaukee's lakefront. Irish Fest is underway at Henry Meyer Festival Park, featuring 18 stages of live music, food vendors, and entertainment for children. Celtic MKE's Melissa Ward on WTMJ's What's on Tap.
Yes, they play traditional Irish music, but it's important for us to also feature the artists that are playing what we call the contemporary sounds of Ireland today. And so you're going to hear singer-songwriter, you're going to hear a little bit of rock, you're going to hear some indie folk, and we have a Celtic EDM artist coming this year for the first time. We have a hip-hop rap artist from Ireland coming for the first time.
Milwaukee's Irish Fest runs through Sunday. Also this weekend, Milwaukee Zoo a la carte.
Los Lonely Boys tonight.
Yeah.
At the zoo. Time now for News About Your Money, the WTMJ NX Wealth Management Market Update. Mixed bag to start the day. The Dow is up 93, the NASDAQ off 44, and the S&P is down 9. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
The Mental Health Minute.
Hi, this is Kelly from LE Mental Health. This week, our hearts are with our neighbors in Wauwatosa. The floods have taken homes, memories, and a sense of safety. But the waters aren't the only thing that can leave a mark. Surviving a natural disaster can bring waves of stress, anxiety, and grief long after the cleanup is done. We want you to know that your feelings are valid, and you don't have to face them alone. If you or your kids are experiencing sleepless nights, overwhelming worry, or lingering shock, our licensed counselors are here to help. We accept most major insurance plans and have immediate openings, so you can begin care without a long wait. If you have been impacted by the floods, call us today. Healing starts with connection, and together we can rebuild hope.
This has been the Mental Health Minute. Get started on your mental health journey today at elementalhealth.com.
Hi, I'm Rose Gray with Fox World Travel, and if Alaska is on your must-see list next summer, don't wait too long. Our exclusive guided Alaska land and sea journeys with Holland America are filling up fast. We send hundreds of travelers from Wisconsin on these most sought-after experiences to visit Alaska. Interested in a shorter Inside Passage cruise? Ask about a 7-night Princess cruise. Don't just picture Alaska, live it. Alaska is more popular than ever and booking fast. Visit Fox World Travel online or call 866-GO-FOX-GO.
Classic feeling. Your home is failing. Windows are old, roof looks horrible, siding is distressed. Even your front door fights you on everything. Hi, I'm Erik Brown, owner of Siding Unlimited. and I will be on the Fix It Show this Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. 1 hour where you get to call in and ask about your failing home and how the professionals at Siding Unlimited can help you. Can't wait until Saturday? Bring your pictures to our Siding Unlimited showroom and let's chat. Start your home updating journey with Siding Unlimited at sidingunlimited.com.
Time for WTMJ Sports Update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk. Your Milwaukee Brewers have already won fans free burgers, and tonight they can tie the franchise record for longest winning streak when they visit the Reds in Cincinnati. The Brewers have not yet released the name of their starting pitcher for tonight's game. Our coverage begins after the 6 o'clock news right here on WTMJ. And the Packers have one final day of prep before Saturday's preseason tilt in Indy against the Colts.
WTMJ time saver traffic. Roads looking good. 94 eastbound, Highway 16 into the Zoo interchange, and then all the way to the Marquette is smooth as can be. That's a 17-minute trip. You'll see some slowdowns, of course, per the usual with the construction, but otherwise you are A-OK.
Your WTMJ forecast, mostly sunny and warm, a high of 85. And then we start getting a chance of showers and storms starting tonight. Should we just ask Craig about this, or should I read the whole thing?
No, we can ask him about it.
All right, let's see what Craig has to say.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Here's your host, Erik Bilstad.
Erik, along with Michelle Richards. Vince is back on Monday. So, yes, we have a forecast that has some rain pockets in it through the weekend and into early portions of next week. And there is a little bit of... you're not quite sure how good this could go for us, if it could cause some issues. That's why we wanted to get WTMJ meteorologist Craig Copleen in studio with us here, at least to chat about what's going to look, what could potentially happen. Craig, good morning, first of all.
Good morning. Hi there, Erik. Hi, Michelle.
All right, so we have our first chance for some rain coming in tonight. How is this tracking? What concerns should we have about this?
Yeah, so the threat for rain overnight tonight is relatively low, but it's not zero. If we were to get rain tonight, it would be late, I believe, like after midnight. It's going forward through the weekend and into early next week that we have concerns, of course, given the state of the area following last weekend's floods. But I would stop short of saying we are certain to aggravate the situation.
Okay.
So there's a good chance that there will be multiple rounds of showers and storms across southern Wisconsin over the next several days. But there's lots of uncertainty about where and when and the amount of rain any particular location will get. And this is a particularly low predictability scenario with regard to location and timing. And it may be that details of location and timing don't really become evident until as little as only around 12 hours in advance.
Why is that?
Yeah, so this is a scenario where what happens on any particular day through the weekend and early next week is going to be heavily dependent on what happened the day before. Any particular batch of storms that develops and comes through leaves behind little boundaries in the atmosphere for the next day. And it's along those leftover boundaries that the next day's showers and storms develop. So until we see what happens today, we don't exactly know with certainty what's going to happen tomorrow, and so on and so forth.
What do our timelines look like? You said late tonight would be the first one if we get some tonight, and then the next one sometime on Saturday?
Yeah, so I think in terms of timing, let's look at the highest probability of heavy rains during the next couple of days. And I think the highest probability periods are Saturday night, Sunday night, and then Monday and Monday night.
Why does it always have to be at night, Craig?
Well, that comes, at least part of it comes with the heating of the day. The atmosphere gets really warm and unstable. Then the thunderstorms develop and they continue, during the nighttime hours. In terms of location, it appears that the farther north you are, the higher the probability you are to get heavy rain, not unlike last weekend. That is, heavy rain is more probable in the Milwaukee and Waukesha areas than in Racine and Kenosha and Lake Geneva and Burlington. Similarly, heavy rain is more probable in Ozaukee and Washington counties than it is in Milwaukee and Waukesha and so on.
Okay, and the humidity, obviously that plays a role in all this?
And it's really going to kick in today. So outside this morning, very damp. But now it's pretty nice as we start to warm up. But in this afternoon, you're really going to notice it getting sticky. And then the humidity is going to be either what I describe as high or very high through it all the way through Tuesday. And that, of course, the very sopping wet atmosphere is what's going to ultimately end up raining out on parts of southern Wisconsin.
So would part of the concern be if certain areas were hit here in southeast Wisconsin? Is it more because we're already so saturated, or is it, boy, we could get another couple of inches of rain at the same time?
Yeah, but I mean, really, both of those things.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, we're extremely saturated now. We just heard Bill Graffin from MMSD and that sort of thing talking about how little room there is in so many of the watersheds and rivers and retention ponds and issues with basements still going on. So any additional rain here is going to exacerbate the whole situation that we had to deal with last weekend. And no, I don't expect we're going to be seeing 7, 8, 9,
Right.
10 inches of rain, but an inch, 2, 3 inches of rain on top of what we had last weekend is going to be a worse scenario than an inch to 3 inches of rain would be had last weekend not happened.
Is there any light at the end of the tunnel here, Craig? Are we looking at any drying out anytime soon?
Yeah, I think the last threat of rain from this current scenario that we're going into right now is on Tuesday. So we got to go all the way through the weekend and into a couple of days next week. But then after that, it looks dry for several days. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, maybe even next Sunday too. So a long dry stretch is coming, but we've got to get through a long stretch here with the threat of multiple batches of heavy rain.
And it starts maybe tonight. WTMJ meteorologist Craig Copeland. Hey, buddy, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
My pleasure.
9:15 on Wisconsin's Morning News. All right, well, we're going to walk you through some things that'll make you smile on this Friday. We'll have a little Friday fun coming up next so we don't stress about the weather. Something to make you smile. We'll do it next.
Now that you're ready to purchase a new bike, do yourself a solid by stopping by one of our Wheel and Sprocket stores to test ride an electric bike, better known today as an e-bike. And let me tell you, these bikes are a game changer because you can ride a whole lot further without even breaking a sweat. We're talking 20 to 50 miles on a single charge. So even riding uphill comes with tons of thrills. But before you decide, stop by any of our Wheel and Sprocket locations first and let us explain in detail what e-bikes are all about. And once you're here, you'll find rows and rows of bikes in a bunch of different styles and colors for you to see, touch, feel, and even test ride. After all, here at Wheel and Sprocket, we love bikes, which is why bikes are all we do.
Visit wheelandsprocket.com for a location near you.
I'm Amelia Kegel with Wheel and Sprocket. Life is short. Enjoy your ride.
Bank 5-9 has a mission to make lives better. They make it a priority to give back to their customers, communities, and their employees. In fact, Bank 5-9 was just honored again by the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel as a top workplace. That makes 16 years in a row. Want to learn more about working with the great people at Bank 5-9? Visit bank59.com/careers. Equal Opportunity Employer, member FDIC.
Loyalty, family. Few things are more important. This is WTMJ's Steve Scafidi, and Loyal Family Renovations, they saved the day after a brutal storm in Oak Creek. Hail damage, yeah, I had a lot of it. But Jeff, Jake, and the whole team, absolute pros, made the entire process smooth as can be. Let's be honest, not everyone knows how to deal with adjusters. They handled all the questions, quick answers, top-notch customer service. In just 2 days, my roof was done. If storm damage hits, call the team that made it easy for me. Loyal Family Renovations. Visit loyalfamilyrenovations.com.
I'm telling you, this is going to be the perfect Hollywood movie. It's already starting to set itself up. You can already see it happening.
Ray, people will come for burgers, Ray. They'll come to Milwaukee for reasons they can't even fathom.
Okay, so I don't know if that one worked as much. AI didn't help us with that one. Every thing that's happening with the Brewers this year is a Hollywood movie. And it's only a matter of time, and it depends on really what happens the rest of the season before I think producers start, oh, maybe we should write something up here. Just saying.
Oh, people will come, Ray. People will most definitely come for free George Webb burgers.
Okay, that one sounded a little bit better.
I hope the burgers make the movie.
Well, so think about this. So think of the storylines that you could put into a Brewers 2025 film. They started out so poorly. They got their ass kicked by the Yankees. The Yankees had those special torpedo bats. Remember that whole thing?
Mm-hmm.
That was such a big deal. So terrible start to the season. Then they scrambled for pitchers. Everyone was hurt. They had no one to start. They're signing different people. Jose Quintana they grabbed quickly. They traded for Quinn Priester. So they're getting these guys who are now valuable contributors to the team. You got the whole Andrew Vaughn thing, which in itself is just an amazing. They traded for that guy. He was on the trash heap of the White Sox, who are one of the worst teams in baseball, and they got him.
That Andrew Vaughn is one piece of A.
Hold on. So,
that might be my favorite one from the week.
Then you have The Miz and everything that's come with that. Mizorowski comes out of nowhere and comes in and just lights it up, and you have all of these fans coming to the game. You have him throwing no-hit games. He didn't throw no-hitters, but he had an amazing start to his and an MLB career. Okay, so you have that. Not done yet. You have Big Woo coming back. Brandon Woodruff, who is a beloved veteran who wants to give anything and everything to this team. He comes back, and he's pitching like $1 million. Then you have this flood. You have this flood that occurs. You have this streak that occurs. There's streak part 1, and there's winning streak part 2. So you have both of these streaks. This one's not even over yet. You have all this flooding. You have people getting stuck on the interstates, yet still filling the park. All right,
and pocket pancakes. Don't forget about
you have
pocket
pancakes and everything else that goes along with Pat Murphy. You're absolutely right. The power of friendship, all that stuff, the woodpeckers, all of that silliness, all the stuff that he brings to the table. You have all of that. I mean, who plays Pat Murphy in the movie, right? And they haven't even made it into the playoffs yet. And barring any catastrophic failure, you assume they're going to make the postseason. And we haven't even brought up the most essential cog to this entire story. Bob Uecker, of course, the most essential cog in the whole thing. I haven't even mentioned him yet. He also plays a factor in all of this. So you have the perfect makings of a perfect movie, and it's only a matter of time. I'm just saying. Matt Arnold even talking about how much they think about Uecker.
It's a real thing. I mean, I think of him every single day. I think we all do. I mean, literally multiple times a day. I was thinking about him a big party yesterday, too. I mean, I definitely think he's with us.
So this is like Disney movie, feel-good movie. I mean, it's a bunch of nobodies, average Joes, and here they are on this ridiculous run. We don't even know when they're going to lose. I mean, they may never lose again. Who knows?
You know what would add to this movie is a romantic interest. We need a good love story angle, too, to throw into the mix.
That's a great point. We'll have to look into that.
Who's got a good love story?
Who recently just got married or... Oh, that's a good point. Well, maybe it would have to be Miz has a significant other that he's brought with him here, and they've been seen out in the town doing Instagram stuff together. So maybe that. I don't know.
All right, we got to hear from her.
There are options there, but that's a great point. Okay, so speaking of the George Webb's thing, so yes, now we know it's Wednesday, 2 to 6, so it's a little tight window there for the free burger giveaway. They're also doing vouchers. Heads up on the vouchers, which they're starting to do now. Sandy Max has been working the phones and talking to different people, different managers and those that are representing the George Webb's restaurants. And she's telling us that not every restaurant's going to have the vouchers today at the same time. So they did say in their press release and all that you might be able to get a burger voucher and use that at a different time, but they're not all available yet. So some aren't going to have them till noon today. Others may not get them until later. It's just a lot that they're dealing with, right? Trying to scramble and get everyone these vouchers. As far as the 2 to 4 thing, I'm sorry.
2 to 6.
2 to 6 thing on Wednesday.
Will you be busy all 4 hours?
Yes. It's nonstop for the 4 hours because people, they also decide they want extra burgers and extra fries, and that you got to order and that you got to wait for.
All hands on deck.
All hands on deck.
That's Sandy Max talking to a manager of a George Webb's on the south side saying, yeah, like the last time they did this in 2018, it was pretty crazy.
Do people camp out beforehand? Like, are they
of course they
sleeping
will.
at George Webb's?
Yes. There'll be something like that because A, they'll want to be seen on TV, and B, they'll want to be the first one to make sure that they get a burger. They're afraid they may not get one. So it'd be worth taking off for the day and spending some time outside their favorite George Webb. It was pretty busy last time around when this happened in 2018.
And how about 2018? What do you remember about that?
That one went very smooth. Yeah. Craziness, but smooth. I had one person in each door. I had 3 people working the floor, and I had 4 on my grill.
That's it? I would expect more, although these aren't giant restaurants, right? Like, aren't they typically kind of...
Yeah, I was going to say, you can't really squeeze that many people in. But if you can get it quick to go, get a couple of burgers and do a tip. We have had some franchise owners ask us, like, hey, you know what, please, if you wouldn't mind coughing up a couple of bucks for the workers, they're going to be really busy that day. They would really appreciate it. That manager that Sandy Max talked to says that, like, it's going to be pretty intense at their place, that probably not going to have their regular show up.
And my regular employee and customers already said, Pam, I'm not bothering you that day. We will stay away. I'll come and buy my burger.
They don't need to get a free one. They'll just come in and buy it. So it'll be great news. It'll be a great day. It'll be busy. Again, that's Wednesday, 4 to 6 p.m. No,
2 to 6.
I'm sorry. I keep doing that. 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. on Wednesday for the free burger giveaway from George Webb's. And yes, people will come in early because, according to Pam there, this manager, she says people were coming in already before the 12th game was won.
What's the reaction been like so far since the 12th win?
It's crazy. People thought they could come in the day before they even won the 12th game for a free burger. The lady goes, well, they won 12. I go, no, they're playing game 12. I go, and it's only 1, so they didn't even start.
The game hadn't even started yet.
Hey, Dad? Want to have a burger? I'd like that.
Fathers and sons hugging while they bite on a burger. Dad, you want to throw some mustard on this burger? I would like that, son. They'll eat the burgers. They'll get some fries. They'll put on their brewer's hat. They'll go to the game. A tear will come down as he saves his wrapper because he got that same wrapper back in 1987 with his father before they had that tragedy when they lost Mom.
Oh, my God.
I'm telling you, the
Mom
story writes
itself. Stop it.
The story writes itself. I'm just telling you. And it's not even over yet. It's not even over yet. We're just getting started. Like, this is when we're just finally entering the third act of the movie. Folks, like, anything's possible with this thing. It's going to be great. Okay, I'll read it myself then. Don't need
Just don't kill off the parents. Like, it doesn't have to be a truly Disney story here, Eric, where the parents don't make it and the children are forced to come into their own.
All right. Well, fair enough. All right. But enjoy the run, I'm telling you. And by the way, the best part about this, Michelle, is that even if they lose tonight or tomorrow or whatever,
who cares?
Who cares? They are so good right now. And if they lose they won't, but if they lose all 5 to the Cubs next week, they'll still be in first place.
Yeah, so what is their record and who's the next closest?
No one's close to them. They're like 8 games up to the Cubs. So
that's phenomenal.
Yeah, so no, they're doing fine. So go Crew, enjoy it. Enjoy the ride. Don't stress. Obviously, who knows what happens in October? But it's not worth stressing about that now. It's worth riding the wave and enjoying those burgers as soon as you possibly can. 9:27 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Welcome to our Everyday Health feature, sponsored by the Freightert and the Medical College of Wisconsin Health Network. Your blood vessels play a key role in keeping you healthy, also known as your vascular health. Unfortunately, problems with these vessels affect millions of Americans every year across all age groups. Here to tell us more about the importance of vascular health is Momodou Jama, a Freightert and the Medical College of Wisconsin vascular surgeon. Doctor, thank you so much for being here with us.
You're welcome.
Can you tell us about how vascular health impacts the entire body?
Your vascular system, the network of arteries, veins, and capillaries in your body, is essentially your transportation system for moving blood around your body. When these vessels are healthy, they efficiently deliver oxygen, nutrients, and immune cells to every organ and tissue. However, when vascular health is poor, it can affect nearly every part of your body.
And it does affect every part of your body. What are some common vascular diseases?
The most common vascular diseases include peripheral artery disease, which is the narrowing of the arteries due to plaque buildup, which can make it hard for blood to flow to the legs and feet. This often results in pain as well as difficulty with wound healing. Next is carotid artery stenosis, where plaque buildup inside the carotid artery and can break off and cause a stroke. An aortic aneurysm, which is a dangerous bulging of the body's main artery in the chest and abdomen that can burst if not treated. And finally, varicose veins, which are swollen and twisted veins, the ones you often see under your skin. When blood can't flow properly to your legs, brain, heart, or other organs, it can affect your entire body. That's why treating vascular disease in a timely fashion is important for your overall health.
Why should someone choose the Freightert and the Medical College of Wisconsin for their vascular services?
We have a team of specialists dedicated to treating vascular diseases, including vascular medicine specialists, vascular and cardiac surgeons, as well as interventional radiologists that provide care in eastern Wisconsin.
Dr. Jama, thank you for being with us today. For more information on vascular health, check out freightert.com/vascular.
It doesn't get any headlines just to be silently good. Big Fish Contracting, we say renovating homes, redeeming an industry.
It's so much more than just, okay, we're replacing your roof.
We're not only educating homeowners, but we're getting to know them and allowing them an opportunity to get to know us. And there's just such beauty in it, you know? If anyone is considering reaching out to us,
you can check us out on our website, bigfishcontracting.com.
WTMJ's Erik Bilstad here for Tri-County Contracting. You've heard about Tri-County Contracting and their worry-free roof tune-up. You've heard about their instant roof quote. But don't forget, Tri-County Contracting also handles windows. Our project at my home moving right along right now, and the process has been so easy and thorough. It's nice when you can trust the team you're working with and know that they are looking out for you. Tri-County Contracting, WI.com. It's worry-free roofing, siding, and also windows. Tri-County Contracting, WI.com. Sunny and warm today. Wisconsin's afternoon news for your Friday. A high of 85 degrees.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. On his way to Anchorage for the summit with Russian President Vladimir Putin, President Trump reiterated that sanctions are still an option against Russia if there's no peace deal agreed to on Ukraine. The president telling reporters the sanctions would be
economically severe. Yes, it will be very severe. I'm not doing this for my health, okay? I don't need it. I'd like to focus on our country, but I'm doing this to save a lot of lives.
After the summit, the two leaders are expected to hold a news conference with reporters. Washington, D.C., filing a lawsuit against the Trump administration over the takeover of the district's law enforcement. The move coming after Attorney General Pam Bondi put the head of the DEA in charge of the Metropolitan Police Department. Flight attendants with Air Canada are poised to walk off the job at midnight. Hundreds of flights have already been canceled because of it. Retail sales rose a solid 0.5% last month, according to the Commerce Department's report that was released this morning. This is ABC News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 9:31.
Keeping an eye on the radar through the weekend here and into early next week. The potential for heavy rain across the state over the next several days. WTMJ meteorologist Craig Coplain tells Wisconsin's Morning News the impact of the upcoming rains will depend on the amount received the day before.
It may be that details of location and timing don't really become evident until as little as only around 12 hours in advance.
So any chance of rain tonight, he thinks wouldn't likely get here until after midnight. Got to pay attention Saturday night into Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Keep an eye on the weather.
A pedestrian struck and killed in an apparent hit and run on Milwaukee's north side. The 43-year-old was hit by a driver near 21st and Brown late Thursday. No one is in custody.
The State Patrol's annual Drive Sober or Get Pulled Over campaign is underway now. The effort includes increased traffic enforcement on the highways, of course, as troopers watch for signs of impaired driving leading all the way into the Labor Day weekend. Nearly half of all Wisconsin traffic deaths in 2024 involved either drugs or alcohol.
A new sports bar could be moving into Deer District, replacing the Mecca Sports Bar and Grill. Tom's Watch Bar has signed a 10-year lease with the Milwaukee Bucks for the space outside Pfizer Forum. Our partners at the Milwaukee Business Journal say the chain plans to open September 15th with 2 bars, 2 patios, and wall-to-wall screens. The Bucks will collect 10% of sales as rent. The Mecca has operated in the space since 2019.
News about your money. The WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. The Dow is up 25 to 44,936. The NASDAQ down 49 to 21,660. And the S&P is down 13 to 64.55. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com. WTMJ Time Saver Traffic. Roads are looking pretty good. 94 eastbound, you're going to have no problem from Highway 16 through the zoo and into the city. That should be a standard trip of about 17 minutes. Other than some slowdowns around the roadwork, you are good to go.
Your WTMJ 5-day forecast, mostly sunny and warm today, a high of 85. Then tonight, a chance of showers and storms. Partly cloudy, a low of 72. Saturday, partly cloudy, very warm and humid, a chance of rain and storms, a high of 88. Sunday, partly cloudy, very warm and humid, a chance of storms, a high of 83. Monday and Tuesday, chance of showers and storms continues. Monday, your high 81. Tuesday, dropping a little bit to 78.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 9:34.
Hey, Wisconsin, come explore with us. Tired of scrolling through travel feeds? It's time to make your own postcard. Fox World Travel is throwing a free vacation showcase just for you. Chat directly with the dream makers from Viking, Royal Caribbean, Insight Vacations, and more. We're talking beyond the brochures. Think insider secrets, unforgettable destinations, and deals you won't find anywhere else. Join us Saturday, September 20th at the unforgettable EAA Museum in Oshkosh. Register online at foxworldtravel.com today.
Leading a nonprofit takes just the right mix of skills, experience, and passion. It is not easy to find those people. But Spano Pratt can help. They specialize in executive recruiting within the nonprofit world. From candidate discovery to assessment and selection, all the way to onboarding and executive coaching. The team at Spano Pratt is full of experts who identify talent that align with your purpose and mission. Go to spanopratt.com to start your search.
Hi, WTMJ's Sandy Max here to tell you about incredible career opportunities with my friends at 3 Pillars Senior Living Communities in Dousman. 3 Pillars is ranked best in continuing care, assisted and independent living, and it's a certified great place to work. They're hiring caregivers within their assisted living and memory care communities. Full and part-time day or evening shifts starting at $20 per hour, and you could get more based on experience and shifts. The best part, you'll make a difference in the lives of others every day. Go to 3pillars.org and click on the Careers tab to learn more.
It's Gina Della. You've heard me define what makes Pella Windows and Doors different. Let me introduce you to the woman behind the billboards, commercials, and share my extraordinary journey of resilience, reinvention, and shattering glass ceilings every Saturday morning at 6:30 on 620 WTMJ and anywhere you stream podcasts for What's the Difference with Gina Della to discuss business coaching across all industries, featuring successful executives, entrepreneurs, and mentors along the way. This is a story you won't want to miss.
Miss any part of the show? Get the Wisconsin's Morning News podcast sent directly to you. Text Vince to the WTMJ Talk and Text line.
Favorite text on the text line regarding the Brewers movie that we think should be created to this season? John Goodman obviously plays Pat Murphy in the movie.
I love that.
Obviously.
Love it. Absolutely.
Thank you, Stephen. Texting that one in on the Siding Unlimited WTMJ Talk and Text line. Erik Bilstad along with Michelle Richards. And for Vince, Vince is back Monday.
I love these stories when, somebody may have lost something years and years ago, and then all of a sudden it turns up unexpectedly. Well, a man who lost his wallet on the job more than a decade ago now has it back. Richard Guilford lost his wallet while working on a Ford assembly line in Michigan in 2014. So he says he usually keeps his wallet in his back pocket, but his pants that day didn't have pockets or whatever. So he put it in his shirt pocket, was working on this car, and somehow it fell out and got stuck in the car.
Like just like in the door or something like that, like some compartment?
No, so it was the assembly line. So as the car was being put together, it got stuck in a part inside the car. Don't ask me what part.
I got you.
But it was a Ford. It was between the transmission of a Ford Edge. So he hadn't thought much about that lost wallet until he recently got a Facebook message that said, "Did you lose your wallet years ago?"
I said, "You got to be kidding me." I said, "Would you be willing to send that to me? I'd get a kick out of that."
So it ended up in Minnesota after this car has been on like 150,000 miles worth of journeys across the country. They were repairing some part of the car, and lo and behold,
the wallet falls
here's
out.
the wallet. The wallet had $15 in it, along with some gift cards that Richard was planning on buying his kids some Christmas presents with. It was around the holidays that this happened back in 2014.
So those gift cards still good, you think?
I hope so. A lot of them don't expire anymore, so
Right.
maybe that'd be
all
great.
right.
But I'm sure his kids are grown. Probably not
been
not
more than a
interested
decade.
in, the toys or whatever anymore.
Not
but
bad. All right.
Who knows?
See, there's good news for your
You
Friday.
never know.
Take that. It's 9:38. We do it every Friday around this time. The Pancake Breakfast Special is next.
Visit family-owned Ken Michaels Furniture and our in-store design centers where you'll still find beautiful, luxurious, heirloom-quality American-made furniture. Right now, save 30 to 35% store-wide and take advantage of our complimentary design services. Whether you're moving, renovating, or updating, our designers will help your vision become a reality. Visit Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield on Capitol Drive and in Greenfield on Highway 100 to save 30 to 35% store-wide today. Sleep better and save more with mattresses from Milwaukee Mattress and Ken Michaels Furniture. Handcrafted in our Milwaukee factory, our mattresses utilize natural materials like cotton cushioning, which dissipates body heat, Joma wool quilts for warm wintry nights and cool summer evenings, and natural latex providing superior conformability and pressure relief for aching joints. Stop in today at any Ken Michaels Furniture store and save up to 50% compared to national brands.
Hey, John Mercure here for Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living. Their mission is to transform the culture of care. They specialize in caring for those with early to late stage Alzheimer's or other related dementia problems, cognitive decline. It's their specialty. They're great at it. And they also offer early memory loss classes. They can help your loved one with locations throughout our state, many here in Southeast Wisconsin. I've been in their facilities. They're top notch. It's kindness at the core. It's compassion and empathy at Azura. Wisconsin-based and family-owned. It's Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living.
The 2025 Metro Builders Association Parade of Homes presented by Nuts. See 12 new homes by MBA Builders in 2 Menominee Falls neighborhoods, Quietwood and Bella Vista Estates. See the latest new home designs, grand finishes, and cutting-edge features in convenient subdivision locations that offer exciting opportunities to build your dream home. Don't miss the Metro Builders Association Parade of Homes, August 9th through September 1st. For tickets and hours, visit mbaparadeofhomes.com today.
Every Friday on Wisconsin's Morning News, it's essential. He's called Pancake because he used to work at the Pancake House. It no longer exists, however. Greg Hill with your Pancake Breakfast Special.
What about breakfast?
You've already had it.
We've had one, yes. What about second breakfast?
Well, here's a story that you thought was new 25 years ago that is just breaking now in 2025. Guess what is officially going away in September of this year? Everyone has recognized that sound. Dial-up is finally being discontinued because it's been offered this entire time? ABC's Jim Ryan has the report.
For Americans of a certain age, the blast from the past has the unmistakable squawk, squelch, and squeal of a dial-up internet connection.
I've never heard of it. It's very descriptive, Jim.
The squeal.
I like that
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
Again, this is a report from this week, not 25 years ago.
After more than 4 decades, AOL is discontinuing its dial-up service on September 30th, along with supporting software.
Supporting software? Okay.
What, but that's a problem? You don't think?
Well, I didn't know. I think that supporting software needed support itself, as it's still holding up dial-up. Now, AOL, according to a statement made by AOL routinely evaluates its products and services and has decided to discontinue dial-up internet. My question is, who routinely evaluates AOL? Like, people are going around like, hey, maybe dial up. And someone's like, nah, hold on. Let's hold off on that one.
And who's actually still using tech support for AOL? Like, who's getting paid to, like, okay, I'll be your dial-up tech support person?
Who's paying dial-up? Who's paying for dial-up right now? According to the 2023 census, how many people had dial-up in the United States? Here's a fun game. Erik and Michelle, how many people do you think still utilize dial-up in the United States?
I want to say it's a larger number than you would guess.
If it still exists, it's got to be more than you think.
It's not a million.
It's not
though.
just 10 people who are using it.
It is not 10 people,
It's,
no.
I'm going to say, well, it's less than a million.
It's less than a million.
Okay. 500,000.
Michelle?
Tens of thousands.
Good cop out. 163,000 households.
Let's meet in the middle there,
Still
Erik.
use dial-up to this very moment, which makes up 0.13% of households with internet, which, like, I don't mean to be mean to the 35 people working at AOL.com, but they are kind of the poster child for being first and then never being better. Internet, for one, email, instant messaging,
Yep.
all of these things we still use today. Like, you had it first, so there's your lesson there. Is maybe being first isn't the best thing. You got to be better. And, of course, we remember the Time Warner Verizon merger that ruined absolutely everything in the early aughts. So we won't get into that, but don't worry. There is a silver lining out of all the pleasant things you're losing. Like that. Here's what's still available.
Subscribers will still have the option of AOL's friendly announcement. You've got mail. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Okay, so you got that. By the way, they didn't improve the quality of that one either. I mean, we're literally AIing James Earl Jones today, but we have to do the You Got Mail guy.
Oh, it's routine. It's tradition.
Tradition. There's one thing for next thing you're going to tell me Slinky sales are down. Like, oh, what? You don't say. That people aren't using phone booths anymore. Well.
Usually, though, something will eventually come to an end because A, it doesn't want to be paid for anymore, B, they don't want to do tech support, or C, no one has a landline. Like, at what point would AT&T or whoever is offering you these things, they'd be like, hey, by the way, like, you're going to have to, we can offer you one at a pretty steep discount.
I should have looked up how much it is to pay for dial-up, because it might be intriguing. You know what I mean? Like, it might be like, hey, this is $10 a month. Like,
get back into it?
Time out, what? And isn't it based on how many people are using the landline? If no one's using it, I feel like you got high-speed internet right there.
Wouldn't you love to read some of your old chats from, like, the AOL chat room
Absolutely
and stuff?
not.
Well, and how many times did you never even connect when you're hearing that dial-up noise?
Yeah, you had to do it again.
It just didn't work.
What was your screen name? Go ahead, give it to me.
I have no idea. I don't think I ever had AOL, to be honest.
You never had the instant messaging app?
Mm-mm.
Or
The
app.
IM.
I guess the IM. AIM is what they called it back in the day.
Said IM the other day, and one of my coworkers is like, what decade are you from? Like, okay, fine, DM, sorry.
There it is, yeah. Boomer. Yeah, there it is. And again, so long to the
Squawk, squelch, and squeal.
We hardly knew you for 20 years.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or two half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
Hey, WTMJ's John Mercure here. My wife recently had a major accident that involved her back. I felt blessed and lucky because Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin is on our side. She's on the way to healing. They've got the best imaging and best doctors, the best systems, and the best way of taking care of you. They've got experts when it comes to things like shoulders, knees, and hips. And it's not always surgery. Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin will take care of you from beginning to end. Go to their website, OHOW.com, OHOW.com. Request an appointment. Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin.
It's here on consignment from over 10,000 nationwide partners. From very high-end, distinctive furniture, unique antiques and original art, to tasteful home decor that can fit almost any budget. Premium home decor priced right at 25 to 40% off retail prices. This is Katie with Design Exchange, where discerning buyers with discriminating tastes come to find premium home decor at a value. Design Exchange in Heartland and Pewaukee.
Design Exchange.
Smart interior designers know that what they'll see here is going to be almost impossible to find anywhere else, especially at our consignment prices. Premium home decor that's gently loved and close to new. And what we carry can raise the wow factor of anyone's home decor. This is Katie with Design Exchange, where discerning buyers with discriminating tastes come to find premium home decor at a value. Design Exchange in Heartland and Pewaukee.
Design Exchange.
Good idea to have a plumber in your contact list, and best to have it before an emergency. Vince Vitrano here. I've got your plumber. It's Horner Plumbing. My wife and I have them in our home right now working on a small project. Well, it's small for them, but any project is a big deal to you in your home, and you want it done right at a fair price. Horner Plumbing delivers upfront pricing, no surprises, clear, honest estimates from pros who stand by their work. $50 off that first service when you tell them Vinny sent you. HornerPlumbing.com.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
Air Force One is cruising toward Anchorage, Alaska for that historic summit today. We'll see if it's historic or not between President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin. They're going to meet at an Army base in Anchorage.
I'm not doing this for my health.
That's the president about an hour ago saying he's not doing it for his health. He's doing it because he wants to try to save lives. He says it has nothing to do with the U.S., that this is, and he's not negotiating on behalf of Ukraine, is what he also said. He said his deal for today is to try to figure out if they can create another meeting, which would also include Volodymyr Zelensky.
And possibly other European leaders.
Right, who are clearly, obviously interested in this as well.
I think it's all for show and it won't lead to anything.
And that's protesters in Anchorage. They're upset about all of this. And fascinating what goes into this. Like, this is not just like, hey, let's just have a meeting and figure it out. Most times, if you're in a face-to-face with another world leader, especially another world leader who isn't well liked by much of the world, there's a lot more that goes into it. Jeff McCausland, former Army colonel, who's a CBS military consultant, joined us earlier, and he rattled off like all the things that usually go into a face-to-face like this.
Timelines to prepare for this have been very, very, very short. Months normally take place in planning a summit like this. And we know a week ago, last Friday, there was a deadline that if Mr. Putin didn't move swiftly towards a ceasefire and negotiations, we were going to put enormous sanctions not only on Russia, but on China and India, who are providing lots of purchases of Russian oil and natural gas. And in a flip-flop in 24 hours, we went from that threat of sanctions to, for the Russians, an enormous success, an announcement of a summit with the President of the United States. We're going to do it on American territory. This is a great win for the Russians. And then you only got 6 or 7 days to pull this all together in terms of the location, the topics, who's going to participate, everything down to exactly what they're going to have for dessert for the coming lunch. And all that had to be pulled together. So it seems to me that this has been hastily put together. We only got the actual schedule, I can tell you, at CBS for the physical meeting probably sometime late yesterday.
And one other thing that Jeff pointed out, too, is that this is like busy season for Alaska. My in-laws were just on a cruise in Alaska, like literally a week ago. This is like all of the stuff is happening right now. There's cruise ships everywhere. And because of that, think about the number of people coming. There's a lot of Russians coming. The media contingent that's coming. There's like no hotel rooms.
Right. Where do you put these people?
Like there's a scramble to get all of these people here for this big thing. So on Air Force One, the president talking about what he's hoping to hear, but also what he's hearing from already when it comes to Russia.
I noticed he's bringing a lot of business people from Russia. And that's good. I like that because they want to do business, but they're not doing business until we get the war settled.
Yeah, so the president's saying, if he's bringing business people, that's great. And maybe that will lead to potentially some type of ceasefire or some type of figuring out with this war. Meanwhile,
we get along. There's a good respect level on both sides. And I think, something's going to come of it.
So he thinks something good will come of it. One thing to point out, he did say, and this could change, but the president did suggest that if they have a news conference afterward where both of them are included, that would be considered good.
Mm-hmm.
And that doesn't always happen. Like when Biden met with Putin not too long ago when he was president, they had separate news conferences afterward. So if they have one together, you would think that means that they believe they've come to some kind of common ground. If they have one separately, it means that they didn't really get anywhere today. That would be the expectation.
And President Trump also saying he thinks there's a 25% chance, right, that nothing comes of this meeting.
Right,
or
yeah.
nothing, nothing great.
Right. So it's set to take place around 2:30 Central Time. So 2:30 our time will be that meeting. Another thing to point out, and this is something that Beth Noble told us. She's a former CBS correspondent who worked for the Moscow Bureau years ago, and she has been in the same room as Putin multiple times. And she talked about just how smooth this cat is.
I've been very fortunate to be in a room with Vladimir Putin a couple of times during my career working for CBS News in Moscow, and I've seen him be incredibly charming. I've seen him be incredibly tough. He's a former KGB agent. He's really good at reading people and kind of molding himself in a chameleon-like manner to, who they are and what they want to hear. And I think that President Trump has just got to be really, really careful to not be manipulated by Putin. But if there's a chance for more understanding, let's all hope that this is the beginning of a peace process.
He's really smooth. He knows how to talk to you. He knows how to command a room. There will be a moment when it's just the two of them with interpreters, where they will be in the room together. There'll be a larger contingent there as well. The Secretary of State and others are also going to be on hand for at least parts of these meetings.
I kind of feel like if anyone can stand up to Putin, regardless of how you feel about President Trump, I don't think he's letting anybody bully him around, regardless of how smooth you are. That's just my impression. I don't know. I could be wrong.
We shall see. What does Alaska U.S. Senator Lisa Murkowski think?
To have an initial first step for hopefully productive conversation, that's good, but I am not one who's expecting that there's going to be an announcement at some point saying the war is over.
All right. Well, we shall see later today. And this is happening on a Friday, so there will no doubt be some news on this through the weekend here on WTMJ and, of course, elsewhere as well. 9:55. If you missed any portion of the show, and there's a lot of stuff in the program today, please text the word Vince, and we'll send you the entire podcast list. Greg cuts everything up, takes care of all of it. Just text the word Vince to the Siding Unlimited WTMJ talk and text line 855-616-1620. My thanks to Michelle Richards for playing radio with us this week.
Thanks for having me.
My guess is we'll never see you again because I can't imagine Vince will take another day off for another 6 months. Guy cannot take off any more work. At least I'd be shocked if he did. But he will be back ready to go on Monday. And also thanks to Greg Pancake Hill for everything he always does all of the time. A couple of things to be mindful of this weekend, the weather being the big one. Obviously, we have some possibilities of some heavy rain at times. So be safe, be smart as we deal with more rain through the next several days. And go Crew. Brewers looking for 13 in a row, which would tie a franchise record. If they win today, they go for the franchise record of 14 in a row tomorrow. All of it right here on WTMJ Radio.
Actually, it's pronounced Milwaukee.
Which is Algonquin for Free George Webb Burgers.
I was not aware of that.
Are you worried about running out of money in retirement? Wondering about how to pay less taxes? Join me, Tony Drake, for the Retirement Ready Show, live every